Good evening, and welcome to the Tuesday, December 17th, 2024 regular school board meeting. The time is now 6 p.m. The school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Mr. Burgess, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Mrs. Poland, would you please call the roll?
Miss Charlie,
Here.
Mr. Shannon.
Here.
Colonel Cole is excused. Colonel Foster,
Online.
thank you. Mr. Burgess,
Here.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Here.
Mr. Doran,
Here.
Miss Julian,
Here.
Miss Maple,
Here.
Mrs. Hardy,
Here.
Mrs. Burnett.
Here.
The board has a quorum.
Next on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Consent items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisk items will then be adopted by one single motion. May I have a motion to approve the agenda with consent items?
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
Ms. Poland, would you please call the vote?
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Miss Charlie,
Yes.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next up is public comments on reports and non-agenda items. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comments on non-agenda topics. This is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will note the topics, though no official actions will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not respond to comments or questions made by the public. Concerned citizens should first discuss matters with the superintendent or designee. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, they may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office to route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action and/or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the school board office by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Students who have signed up in advance or are in the room and wishing to testify will be called upon first, followed by members of the public who have signed up in advance in the order in which they have signed up. If time remains, anyone else in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom before the start of the meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last, and state their area of residence. Are there any students in the boardroom right now who wish to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, first on the list, Ms. Gail McBride.
Gail McBride, McBride, live in Fairbanks, and I'm with Moms for Liberty. We are continuing to pursue knowledge about school policies that govern student well-being and safety. The library policy has been tested and found wanting. There is material in our district's libraries that is contributing to damaging conditions plaguing our youth population nationwide. So far, I have been unsuccessful in obtaining satisfactory answers to detailed questions about this material, how it makes its way into our libraries, and most assuredly into classrooms. I am referred to policy to answer my questions. It does not. District policy does not effectively protect students and, in fact, is used as a means to protect the dangerous material. To whose advantage? I do not know. Often the answer to this question exposes why danger is being protected. My goal in coming weeks and months will be to bring information in 3-minute increments to make the case that this material is a danger to students' stability, mental health, education, and overall well-being. The information I will bring will not be my opinion. This is an active concern globally. I will present information from experts in the field of sexualizing and indoctrination. This information will require from the school district a defense to the parents and community, many who do not even know or believe this is in their school libraries. There are legal and medical implications to this material. As we work through this material, we will be asking questions of you. Your position of public policy makers and supporters carries a great responsibility. You may only be in this position for a few years, but our children are subject to these policies for many years of their lives, their formative years. I will attempt to make the information pertinent, valuable, and important to all who have authority over other people's children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. Up next, Nikki Eisman. I don't believe I see her at the moment. We will come back around. So next will be Sally Duncan.
Good evening, Board. Thank you in advance for listening to the people
Ms.
who come to
Duncan,
speak to
If you
you.
can state your name, spell your last.
Sorry. Sally Duncan, last name spelled Duncan. I live in Pleasant Valley. Thank you in advance for listening to the people who come to speak to you. The people of the Fairbanks North Star Borough are intelligent people, even if not highly educated, and can be of great value to you because they pay your salary. They have the power to hire and fire and expect fiscal responsibility from those who work for them. They do not want to find out that they have wasted their money. Custodial services are a very important and expensive part of the budget.
Ms. Duncan, is this about custodial?
It's about general, overall, that's part of it, but do you want me to separate it out?
If you could, because custodial is on the agenda tonight, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let me look here. In addition, this is the next paragraph. With fewer students enrolled in our schools, which diminishes the dollars coming into the school budget, it makes good fiscal sense to consolidate schools based on their per-student BSA income to the school versus cost of keeping said school open, not politics. And yeah, we know the difference. Also, the school board received more money last year than in years before. You've spent it and gone into the hole by $38 million. Am I understanding that correctly? This is ridiculous. Do you know how to budget? Live within your means and don't say you can't, or you should be one of those fired. If you don't want to make the hard choices, which is your job, then step down and allow our people to find someone else who can and will make those choices. The curriculum, without doubt, needing change. No one wants their children who are in school to learn how to survive when they graduate to be spoken to or about or taught any parts of critical race theory. And yeah, we know it's in there. choosing a different sex than they were born with for the rest of their lives. And yeah, you're promoting that too. They are children and are to be treated as such, protected from those who would even offer the possibility of those types of indoctrination. The READS Act, which you are now required to follow and are paid extra for doing so, should have been part of the standard education and was for many years. And you should not be paid extra for that. Reading, writing, arithmetic, science, history, language knowledge, all of which we should be able to recognize in a graduate. When a child comes out of high school and can't add, subtract, read, count, change, know where the states are located on a map, and the history behind the founding of this great nation is an illness we should cure now, not
Thank you,
next
Ms.
year,
Duncan.
not next month, but now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our list will be Cynthia Wozniak.
I was going to come up here and just
You could
say,
state your name, spell your
Oh.
last.
Cynthia Wozniak, Wozniak, longtime Fairbanks resident. Thanks. My intention was to just come up and do a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year greeting to you all and everyone listening. But of course, God put something else on my heart to share, and it's a personal testimony. So he shared with me a month or so ago that out of the blue, he just spoke to me and said, you know, when you dishonor your husband, you're dishonoring me. And I said, what? Wait, what? I'm dishonoring you? And I didn't know that. I didn't see that. And he revealed that to me. And so I got a gentle correction as to the fact that I was dishonoring my father. I never want to dishonor my father, Abba, Daddy, and I did not know I was doing that. I didn't see that I was doing that until he alerted me to it. Wow, and we always think we know everything. So he went on to say to me that I am to honor him whether he deserves it or not. And well, I said, yes, sir, and that when I do not honor my spouse, for whatever reasons, I'm not honoring him. So I repented, thanked him for his correction and guidance and truth on the matter, and am now on the road to mastering this new truth that I did not even see I was doing or realize what I was doing. I've had many corrections by my faithful father to reveal his many truths to me and more, and his freedoms for me. He corrects and directs me because he loves me so much, and because I ask him to, because I want to please him always and experience all his goodness. Know the truth, and his truth sets you free. John 8:32, know the truth, and the truth will set you free. There is more to this and how it works both ways with each spouse. He showed me specifically in his word a couple weeks later. It's a reciprocating force, which I knew. It works both ways, and so I can hardly wait till he shares it with my spouse. So I share all this to share with all that maybe especially at this Christmas season, that to honor him in my heart that is
Thank
not
you, Ms.
pleasing.
Wozniak.
Okay, anyway, that we might all look to honor him.
Up next on our list is Barbara Haney, and I do believe she is on Zoom.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Barbara Haney, Haney, and I'm calling in as a private citizen. I live in Greater North Pole.
Go ahead, Ms. Haney.
So I forwarded to all of you a study by the CDC that I came across, um, which was of great interest to me. And I have forwarded to you to all read at your leisure. One of the highlights of that study, though, or what that study did, is it looked at the number of drowning deaths that have been occurring, and it did a pre-COVID and post-COVID look at those drowning deaths nationally and within the state of Alaska. Now, as you know, during COVID, most of the pools were closed, and then we had extended, not just in Fairbanks, but across the state. And then there were extended closures, not just in Fairbanks, but in other parts of the state, due to repairs and other refurbishing that went along to take advantage of the downtime with the pools. And our borough, like other boroughs, had some pool closures, most notably Westcott, and I believe also this month we have Hammy closing. But by January, those pools, in fact, I think Westcott is open, and Hammy will be open again in the spring. And I would prayerfully hope that you would take a look at the data where it shows that there has been an uptick in drowning deaths, particularly by our more vulnerable populations. And the CDC study directly connects it to the lack of in-school swim lessons, and posits that perhaps bringing those lessons back could reverse the upward trend in drowning deaths, particularly by minority populations. So I have heard that there's somebody on the assembly, I'm not sure who, might have a ordinance that would give the school district some extra funding or waive the fees. But in the interim, I would hope that the school board would consider reinstating those now that the pools are open. And I know their times are tough. I know there's lots of budget issues going on. I get it. But at the same time, this is a life skill that actually saves lives and has been proven to save lives in the data. So with that, I'll shut up. And if you got any questions, I'll be here. And if not, well, okay. Thank you.
Thank you for
And
your
have a Merry
testimony.
Christmas.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Haney. Up next, we will circle back around to Nikki Eisman.
Nikki Eisman, not to be confused with Nikki Lateman. Thank you for coming back. EISEMAN. Is that all you want to know? Okay. Good evening. We're at the beginning of several hard months as the administration, the school board, and the community at large grapples with the impossible situation we're in. A budget shortfall of $8, $16, or $32 million, compounded with a borough and legislative budget timeline that leaves this body guessing until the 13th hour. It's hard and wrong, but it's the situation we're in. Schools will be closed, learning communities will be consolidated, positions will be cut. My fervent hope is that we go through these months with as much positive intention as possible, so that when we go forward with our new reality, we remain a united community, that we work hard to not let these next few months tear us apart. Toward that end, this is what I'll be doing. I'll remember that no one on the dais got us into this situation. They just have to deal with it. That our school board members deserve our respect, not our anger, as they make decisions I'm so grateful I don't have to make. I try to remember that they're missing family meals, first band concerts, bedtimes. And I try and remember that I hear and listen better when I'm spoken to respectfully, not in anger, and they likely do as well. Reading what the governor has said about feeling that he's adequately funding education and that there's a flat funding in his budget, I feel like we're gonna, and knowing that the legislators really are prioritizing education, I feel like we're headed to another budget that supports education and veto from the governor. That's just my sense. So what I'm trying to do, and I guess I'm saying this here because I feel like everybody in this town needs to be ambassadors for our schools and really take personal responsibility for everything they can do. So this is what I'm doing. And again, hope others will. I'm working really hard to build relationships now with legislators who ultimately hold the purse strings. I went to the legislative open house and got to have one-on-one conversations that, with people who overrode the veto last time. And I thought, well, if I can build some relationship now, maybe I'll have a little inroad next time. And I intend as much and often as possible to speak truth and ask for facts and ask all of our representatives and the governor who just want to say, well, we would give you more money if only, to not let them get away with those.
Thank you, Ms.
with those.
Eisman.
Anyway, that's it.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Up next, we have Joe Weber. Good evening, Mr. Weber. If you can state your first name, spell your last, and if this is regarding custodial, we have an agenda item for that where you'll get to testify then.
That's what it is.
Okay, then we'll come back to you later. Is there anybody else in the public right now who wishes to testify on non-agenda items?
Pepper McFarland, MCFA, RLA, and DO about the North Pole area. This is budget, but it's not. I love those folks. And this is not fully fleshed out, but it's another idea of ways that we can save some money. My brother had open heart surgery, and I flew to Seattle to help get him home. And on my way home, I came home on an airplane full of school district employees, and I was told that that was grant funded. And so, okay, I get that. But maybe short of a travel moratorium, maybe we could put some training wheels or restrictions on travel. Those folks that travel should need to come back and present at a professional development day. They need to share what they have learned with all of these people to help our students. If they're going to try, maybe we should even limit it to our newest teachers, the folks who really could learn from it and share it and spend the most years using that knowledge with our students. I mean, I'm 3.5 years from retirement. You guys should not be spending any money sending me anywhere. Because yes, it will help my students for the next 3.5 years, but if we do it with the new teachers, and then also maybe to support those new teachers, because the last thing I wanted to do when I was a new teacher was leave my classroom. I was like, oh my God, I don't even know how to write those lesson plans. Let's have our curriculum coaches fill in for them while they're gone. They're gonna be gone 3 or 4 days, and wherever it is they're gonna go to learn the cool new things that they're gonna learn, let's put really good teachers in there so they don't need to worry about their students. They will be getting a good education. There's probably some other training wheels that we could do, things that we could do to make the travel that we spend money on as a district more beneficial to our students. And I don't, like I said, I don't have this all the way fleshed out in my head. It's just, there's another, because it was $800 just to fly to Seattle and back. I can't imagine how much it costs to fly all those people to San Antonio. So let's make the money we spend on travel a little more efficient and a little more beneficial to our students. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else who wishes to come and testify on non-agenda items? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. That will bring us to our advisory members' reports and comments. Mr. Shannon.
Yeah, so not too much going on right now. Obviously, finals are the next 3 days. Everybody's really excited for Christmas break. And there's one thing I do want to touch on, though, with our snow day this past Friday. One thing I did notice, and one thing a lot of my friends also noticed, is that students do not get notifications and do not get updates about inclement weather days via Student Square or really anywhere else. Parents do. My parents got it in all sorts of different ways, but a lot of my friends who get themselves to school, get up by themselves, drive themselves to school. I've talked to several people that have gotten up, started their car, got in the car, and then the parents come out and tell them, "Oh, hey, there's no school today." So I think I've already talked to Dr. Minard a little bit about this, and I think we can find a really easy solution. But that's just something I wanted to bring to everybody's attention, and I'm sure we'll get that sorted out really quickly. And it's just just makes everything a lot more efficient if everybody involved knows what's going on. So I mean, that's all I have right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Miss Charlie? No comment today? Okay. And then we will go to Zoom to the Colonels. Any comments from either?
Hey, no comments this evening. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, so that'll bring us to our board committee reports. Do any board members have committee reports that they would like to share? Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, I just, since I missed the last meeting, wanted to report out on the curriculum committee meeting on November 21st. We were presented summaries of changes to several curriculums. So we got draft 1 of CTE curriculum and a summary of comments to it as well. Summary of comments to all of these, of course. Also got draft 1 of art curriculum and draft presentations on the changes to draft 2 of music, PE, and health. There was one interesting comment that I just wanted to pull out for the health curriculum, and included introduction of the health effects of screen time at an earlier time prior to middle school. Thought that was a useful comment to consider. And then there was a fair amount of discussion about some of the curriculum changes. The committee made a few suggestions to administration, and I believe that nothing is out for comment right now, but if members do wish to make comments about curriculum, you can find information on how to do so on the district webpage and the teaching and learning department. So just a reminder there. And that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Hardy.
Just wanted to share, Diversity Committee is meeting here tomorrow at 5:30, and it's mostly going over the same agenda we had last week. Most of the committee wanted more time to think through some of the things we're tackling. So if you want, you can turn in via Zoom, and I'm excited to meet with the committee tomorrow.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Any other committee reports from board members? Seeing none, that will bring us to the president's report. And I'd like to start by saying good evening. And I'd like to share a little bit about the Regional Student Council meeting that a few of us were invited to. Mrs. Hardy and I were able to attend this one. And it was just really cool to see these students and watch them in action. They ran their meeting with such confidence and professionalism. It really, truly was just inspiring to watch. It's seriously clear they're developing strong leadership skills, and I'm excited to attend more of their meetings in the future and see where you guys go and what you guys do. And it was just really cool. So thank you, Mr. Shannon, for getting those invites out to board members. I also want to give a big shout out to Principal Hecht from Lathrop High School. If you haven't seen it yet, there is a fantastic photo on Lathrop High School's Facebook page of him out plowing the school grounds during last week's heavy snowfall. Mr. Hecht, thank you for going above and beyond for your school. Lathrop is lucky to have you, and we're all grateful for your dedication. Switching gears, out at Polar Ice tonight in about 30 minutes. West Valley and North Pole are facing off in what is going to be the most exciting game in high school hockey. Both teams are currently at the top. West Valley's #1, North Pole's #2. And they're going head to head tonight. So it's really going to be a great game. If anybody out there is out traveling, stop by Polar Ice and just go cheer on these kids. And of course, go West Valley. A quick reminder for parents, this week is early dismissal for all schools starting tomorrow. Be sure to check with your child's schools for exact release times to avoid any confusion. Now on to some serious topics. As many of you know, the governor released his budget last week. While I was disappointed to see no increases for education, I respect the fact that he followed the legal and statutory guidelines. That said, it puts us in a tough position. Without additional funding, our $16 million deficit grows to a potential $24 million, which is a significant challenge that we must address. We address this by starting with the conversation here tonight. I know many of you have asked why we've chosen to address this issue outside the usual budget process. Vice President Maple, Dr. Miner, and I felt this topic deserved its own time and its own focus. This issue is complex and sensitive, and we wanted the chance to dig into the details and make the best possible decisions. This also provides administration with the leadership from the board and direction that they have been asking for. Let me be clear. I fully understand that the choices we're discussing here tonight affect working families' jobs and livelihoods. That's not something any of us on this board take lightly. However, we're in this position now, not any fault of our own. And now it is our job to figure out how to move forward responsibly. Last year, we faced a similar situation. We decided not to outsource custodial services, but in doing so, we ended up raising the pupil-to-teacher ratio. That decision increased class sizes, something none of us wanted to see happen. But with a potential $24 million deficit, we might be forced into the same boat, even if we outsource night custodians and close 5 schools. Keeping class sizes manageable is crucial, and our students need to remain our top priority. The reality is, this budget will impact everybody: students, teachers, and staff alike. Students will feel the effects most when we start discussing school consolidations and redistricting in the coming months. Knowing this, I believe we need to do everything we can to avoid hitting them with even bigger challenges like overcrowded classrooms. If we're forced to make adjustments to PTR, we should at least aim to minimize the impact so we're not looking at even more unreasonable class sizes. From the start, I've said I stand with our students, and that's why I support addressing this issue now. Looking ahead, January will be a critical month as we begin discussions about school consolidations. I want to thank the public in advance for your patience as we work through this process and the many emails we'll be receiving. Please know that the board is reading every single message. Dr. Miner, Vice President Maple, and I will be doing our best to respond to your questions as quickly as possible. But we may not be able to reply to every email individually, though we will try. We'll also have several opportunities for community forums where you can meet with us in person, ask questions, and share your thoughts. Thank you for being engaged and for sticking with us through these difficult conversations. We all share the same goal: for our schools to be a place where students thrive. I wish our students, educators, and staff a peaceful holiday filled with love and joy. With that, are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, moving into the superintendent report. Dr. Miner, would you please share your report with us?
All right. Thank you, President Burnett. My report will be brief this evening, but do want to thank Mr. Shannon for bringing forward a recommendation for future communications on inclement weather. This is the power of having a student rep on the board. I love the direct communication with administration and the school board for improvements, and so we'll be sure to include students in future communications, not only on inclement weather, but utilizing Parent Square to have better communications with students. So thank you for that. Last week, I had productive meetings with Durham Transportation and Black Gold Kinross regarding future collaborations to increase student safety. One of the biggest takeaways of that meeting was Black Gold's willingness to create a notification system for their drivers based on our GPS bus data we can share with them. This is a huge step forward in discussions and talks since the OR Hall has started. This way, their drivers will know when they are approaching or are in the vicinity of one of our school buses. Additionally, Black Gold has changed lighting configurations on their trucks to better differentiate their trucks from our school buses. There was some talk recently about their trucks looking very similar in dark and hazy weather to our school buses, and they've changed up that configuration to better differentiate their trucks from our buses. They've also agreed to meet on a quarterly basis to continue discussing student safety and how we can all partner together to ensure our students are safe. Lastly, the district and Black Gold, will make another formal request to DOT to lower speed limits in the Salcha area, which we think will improve student safety. I appreciate both Durham and Black Gold's willingness to collaborate to increase student safety, and I think the meetings that we had last week was a great step forward. I wanted to highlight Senator Sullivan's One Pill Can Kill Alaska Media Campaign competition. Senator Sullivan recently traveled to Fairbanks to introduce this competition to both Mayor Hopkins and myself. This competition aims to recruit the help of Alaska middle and high school students to raise awareness about the dangers of fentanyl to their fellow students. The campaign asks students to be creative and create a campaign using some form of media to highlight the dangers of fentanyl within our schools and within our community. All campaigns will be featured on Senator Sullivan's website, and the winning campaign will work with Senator Sullivan's communications team to design public service announcements featured as a part of this statewide campaign. It will also be shared on Senator Sullivan's social media channels and offered for distribution to local television, radio, and print media across the state. The deadline for submitting those submissions is February 28th, and we'll continue to share more information with our school communities on how they can participate. I'd like to thank the National Weather Service for their helpful weather briefings this winter. The decision to cancel school is one of the hardest decisions a superintendent has to make, as I understand the impact it has on our community. And having continuous weather briefings throughout the weather events that have happened this winter are tremendously helpful. Our district calendar will be adjusted due to the inclement weather we experienced last week, and our students' last day of school will be on May 21st, with teachers getting out on May 22nd. This utilizes the last day that the board had marked on their adopted calendar for inclement weather. In closing, tonight I do want to acknowledge the incredibly difficult decisions before the board and the heart-wrenching choices that'll follow throughout this budget season and the months to come. These decisions weigh heavily on all of us as they directly impact our students, staff, and community. It's important to recognize that we are in this predicament because of inadequate education funding, which continues to strain our ability to meet the needs of our students in all of our schools. I appreciate the board's thoughtful deliberation and commitment to navigating these challenges with the best interest of our students at heart. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Miner. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Burgess.
This is, I suppose, more of a comment than a question, if you'll entertain it. But I did, well, I wanted to thank the administration for providing the information about the incident with the Black Gold truck that occurred on December 3rd, in which it passed by as I understand it, one of our school buses that was stopped with its stop signs out. I appreciate having the conversation, and that Black Gold took some steps to hopefully prevent that from happening in the future. So just thanks for bringing that information to the board.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, that will move us into our new business, FNSBSD Reduction in Force Plan Adoption. Superintendent Dr. Luke Miner will present the district's reduction in force plan, and the plan will be before the board for adoption.
And it'll actually be our Executive Director of Human Resources, Ivory McDaniel Ilgenfritz.
It'll actually be Miss Ilgenfritz. My apologies.
Good evening. I will go ahead and get started. Mr. DeGraw is also going to join me because this plan is also very correlated and directly correlated to our budget process. And so we want it to both be available for any questions. So as we begin to wade into the budget season, I've been asked to provide an overview of our reduction in force plan, also known as our RIF plan. This is an annual plan that our district prepares as part of the board process, as part of the budget process, excuse me. That's a requirement under Alaska Statute 142177 that the board adopts and votes on a plan to reduce our workforce essentially in regards to teachers. So if the district's plan includes the layoff of any tenured teacher, the Board of Education is required to adopt the reduction in force plan. The statutory requirements for this plan are outlined in the RIF plan that was presented to you in the board packet this evening. There's two reasons in which the district can implement a RIF plan. The first, and I want to read it exactly so I don't get it incorrect. So the first is based on a decrease in student enrollment. And then the second is based on a reduction in the district's basic need, which that's what Mr. DeGraw is here to explain if that needs to be further explained. We have a projected drop in student enrollment for the next fiscal year of approximately 180 students. And so based on that, we want to look at adopting a RIF plan should it come to that point. We don't have any plans at this time to lay off any tenured teachers, but we have to have this plan in place should that become the reality based on the board's budget process. For example, if the board decides to look at an increase in PTR without taking the additional steps that are being recommended by the administration, such as contracting out custodial services and or consolidating the schools, the likelihood of needing to implement the RIF plan becomes more of a reality. So the final decision on how and when the RIF plan is implemented comes along with the board's budget process, which is more along the timelines of the spring, but we're required to have this RIF plan in place prior to that. We adopted one last year and the year before that as well. And so at this point, while it's a formality, it can become a reality. And so we wanted to bring this before the board to vote and act on it now. If there's any questions, we'll take them.
Thank you. At this time, could we get a motion to put this on the floor, and then we will open it up for discussion for the board?
Move to adopt the FNSBSD reduction in force plan.
Second.
Any comments or questions for Ms. Ilgen-Fritz from the board? Mr. Doran. Ms. Julian, you go ahead. He's telling.
Can I have clarification on the timing of when we have adopted this in the past?
It's typically in the January or February timeframe that we've done it in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Doran.
I have two questions. One, this is very similar to what we've seen in the past for those who've been on the board. Could you highlight if there are any, what changes there might be in that, or?
The only significant changes are actually to that, and that's where Mr. DeGraw can step in, are to the figures, because that's what drives whether or not the RIF plan is required. And so the rest of the language is pretty much statutory language, contractual language around the layoff process, but what the difference is between this year and like last year's and the year before that are the numbers and the statistics that are associated with it that drive our need to adopt the RIF plan.
Could we summarize, because also for the public, I mean, they've seen us go through this multiple years, but just so we know what the significant changes are.
Yeah, so as Ms. McDaniel referenced, we update each year the enrollment figures as well as our revenue figures. Basic need is state revenue. So we have those numbers updated. We're showing the significant decline in student enrollment from FY24 to 25. That's a big difference from in prior years. We aside from temporary COVID drops, we haven't seen permanent drops like that in my time here. We omitted the basic need numbers because a district only is required to qualify for a RIF plan in one way. We actually coincidentally do qualify both ways. It requires a 3% drop in basic need. We dropped about 3.5% in basic need. So, but we didn't feel the need to include those numbers to confuse the situation. So those are the updates that we've made. And as Ms. McDaniel already mentioned, I just want to second that in my time here, we're nearing, we've never had to lay off tenured teachers. In my time, in my 7 years, each year we're getting closer, and the likelihood and probability is increasing significantly. And this year, depending on how the budget process shakes out, there's a big decision tonight. There are big decisions in about a month from now on. The possibility or likelihood of that is exponentially rising depending on how that shakes out, those processes.
Follow up, Mr. Doran?
Second question.
Second question. Go ahead.
Related to basic need, when you say a reduction in basic need, Could you clarify whether it is our basic need versus the base student allocation? Because the reason I ask that question, we are facing a major deficit, but the governor says that he is fully funding the basic base student allocation. So we don't have to go, that they are separate items. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, I think when the governor states he's fully funding education, it's based on the BSA number that hasn't been updated for 7-8 years since 2016, 17. So, it's all relative, right? We're fully funding based on a 2017 number, which is woefully inadequate for FY26 budget that we're working on. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Well, no, let me, maybe, I think even simpler than that. When we say reduction in basic need, that's in what our basic need, what we need to do regardless of the BSA. Because if the BSA is fully funded, then does that count us out of being able to do this?
So
We're looking at
the basic need is simply the revenue that the state foundation formula generates based on the inputs. For the public, they might think, well, that's what is being stated that the district needs. It's very much lower than what the district actually needs and what would be receiving if we were updating that BSA. So I'm not sure I'm understanding your question, Mr.
Maybe
Dorn.
I'm not being clear enough. So when you say a 3% or greater reduction, that is not in terms of the base student allocation. So that has to be reduced in order for that part to kick in.
So it's simply if our state revenue based on the formula drops by 3% or more, that allows the district to approve a RIF plan. Our basic need or our state revenue declined because of our enrollment decline. And that's wholly the entire reason why that declined.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Ms. Julian.
Thank you. I have a question about the projection of the 179 student reduction for next year. How did you get to that number?
Yeah, so we have Dr. Ott, our data analyst, run our 20-day count numbers through a formula, and that spits out numbers for us on a grade band basis, and that's how we run our projections.
Follow up, Ms. Julian?
Yeah, can you just state what was the reduction of students that we had this year?
It was about 650.
Okay.
And we projected a drop of somewhere in the 100 to 200, and it ended up being 650. So.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, we will take this to public comment. Is there anybody who wishes to comment at this time on the RIF plan? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. We will come back to the board. Do we have any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mrs. Poland, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Miss Charlie,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Dillian,
No.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. That's going to move us into our contracting of custodial services. Dr. Minor, from what I understand, the administration has nothing further, but if we have questions.
That's correct. We don't have any additional information to share with the board this evening, but Mr. DeGraw will be available for questions as well as myself.
Sounds good. With that, may I get a motion from the board so that we may put this on the floor and have a discussion?
I move to approve contracting evening custodial services district-wide effective July 1st, 2025 to enhance operational efficiency, achieve significant cost savings, and maintain facility cleanliness in support of a positive learning environment.
Second. With that, I will first bring this to the board. Do we have any questions for Mr. DeGraw? Do we have any comments before we put this out for public testimony? Mrs. Hardy.
Just wondering if we were able to get a ballpark figure of how many of our employees on tier 2 retirement.
We've begun to try to dig into that. It wasn't a readily available number, and so unfortunately this time we don't have those figures.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Burgess.
Is there going to be an opportunity to come back to comment after
Yes.
public? Okay.
Absolutely. With that, we will take this to public comment. Mr. DeGraw, if we could kindly ask you to. All right, and first we will start with our signups. And first on the list, we have Lisa Scott. Good evening, Ms. Scott. If you could state your first name, spell your last, and then you have 3 minutes.
Lisa Scott, SCOTT from College, Alaska. And I'd like to thank you for listening and taking notes of all the people speaking today on why we should keep our jobs. We are custodians, not janitors. Janitors only vacuum, trash, clean, and custodians do all that, plus fix things that are broken. ABM already told you that they wouldn't do that. We also watch and interact with the kids and staff. We are there after the safety monitors leave for half an hour after school gets out so they can do their coaching or whatever they need to do. And we have kids till 10 o'clock in high schools and 9 o'clock in elementary and middle schools. Regardless of what Mr. DeGraw says, we do vacuum every day. Some, I guess, don't always get vacuumed. And offices don't get vacuumed every day. Not every other day, or negative things that people say. Please check your facts first. We have 4 ASOP people that only go to certain schools. The team cleaning that we did back with Dave Norm, knowing we would fail, I have asked Mark if we could go back to our own sections, and the answer was no. Why is that? Him and Jay want us to fail. When we have our own sections, we take pride in what we do. In the last 2 years or so, we went from over 200 or so custodians to under 100. We went from 10 custodians to 5 or 6 for the high school, from 7 to 9 to 3 to 4 in the middle school, from 4 to 6 in the elementary, down to 1 to 3, and that's not counting the days. Some schools went without custodians for over a year. I was told from Janet that all the schools were full, knowing that Allison doesn't even have one, and we're short 11. Are you kidding me? Jay and Mark bring people in and say the schools are dirty. What do you expect with little staff? And when someone is out, they say, oh, well, just do the best you can. Their standards are with our little to none. Would you apply for a job if you know you're going to get laid off within a year? How would you feel if you just got a job and you get laid off? And talk about getting laid off, you rather do that than fire us so you don't have to pay us our PTO or sick leave, and that's not fair or cool. And you won't be able to get away with it. Have you ever heard us complaining about getting nothing for custodian day or holiday? We like what we do, and we do the best we can. My coworkers and I will not go to work for ABM just to have another interview for our jobs. We won't do it.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Diane Huck.
Hi, my name is Diane Huck, spelled Huck, and I live over by college. Well, here we are again. I have a hard time believing I was here last year speaking on the same subject. I keep asking why we keep having to fight year after year. I think I have a good idea of what is going on. It started when Mr. Norm was in charge of facilities. For a few years, we had layoffs to decrease our numbers. In 2010, when I came on, we had around 180. Now we have under 100. In addition to the cuts, we were switched to task-based cleaning, which is just surface cleaning. We were even told at one point by Mr. Norm they were reclassifying our title from custodian to janitor. They were cutting our pay, and we could not do a thing about it. We all felt better after Mr. Norm left. We thought it would stop. We got Mr. Roper as our new manager. He's a great boss, and he knows the custodial department inside out. Instead, his hands were tied due to circumstances out of his control. Miss Carrion had the same. Things were out of her hands. It must be a terrible position to be put in to be told, help us to destroy your own department. Someone above our department seems to have an agenda to contract us out. We've been set up to fail. The question is, why? We have worked hard and not done it when we were told to skip things. Something was also said in a meeting I want to bring up that was not 100% true. While I can't speak for other heads, I can say my building gets vacuumed every day. Even if I am the only one there, I vacuum the whole building. I also do everything else because it is important. Yes, we struggle, but it is because we have too few people per building. We only have 2 per elementary and around 4 per high school. I only have a 3/4 person besides myself in my building. Last thing I will say in closing, ABM has zero understanding of our culture in Fairbanks. They have no idea how a small town works. They can't deliver what they say. They don't understand there are no places close enough to hire from. They say they won't have any contact with students. That does not work in this district. And saying they need 80% of us to work for them is not going to happen. Saying they will pay the same wage we make now is not a lure. Not when the benefits are nowhere close in matching and no raises ever unless you are at another position in the company. That doesn't work for most of us. If you contract out, you will have the same problem of staffing, if not worse. And most that can't retire and will be laid off to avoid paying the sick and annual leave. Do you think they'll be happy to go to the other company knowing they were conned out of their benefits that is theirs but wasn't paid? It puts a sour taste in my mouth just thinking of that happening to many of my coworkers. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Huck. Up next, we have Peyton Huck. Do we have Peyton here? Nope. Okay. Then next up on our list is Danielle Logan.
Good evening, President Burnett and members of the school board. For the record, my name is Danielle Logan, Logan, and I reside in Fairbanks. I'm speaking against outsourcing of our custodial staff. As I said a couple weeks ago, the savings is a mirage. It will cost more than the $3 million savings you're saying it will in the long run. I have been with this district for 9 years. 7 of those 9 years, I've seen cut after cut to FMD and custodial. I have also heard over the years the talk of outsourcing custodial. However, it wasn't until last year there was really a bid. And I had several conversations with some of you, many of you last year, on why outsourcing was bad. I read in the paper that at the beginning of the school year, there was 30 custodial positions open. That's funny. I never saw 30 positions posted. I look at that job site every single week, sometimes twice a week. If you claim to be all about our students, then let it be about the students and leave the inside of our school buildings alone. And that includes our custodial staff. Mr. DeGraw and admin want nothing more than to outsource our custodial staff. I think Mr. DeGraw, admin, and the board are going about this the wrong way. The fact that you are doing this outside the regular budget season process shows you want to hurt schools. Last week, you heard from Mr. DeGraw and the outsourcing company about their plan. They gave you their rosiest and the best case scenario plan, and it stunk. You know it stunk, and that was their best case scenario when in reality, will be far from the picture they painted. It will be worse. You know that. You know that. So if their best plan is bad, just imagine how bad it will be in reality. These custodians behind me, they have names, they have faces, they are more than a number. While there are other savings that can be found, this is not an actual savings. You will pay more than the savings proposed. You will get less than the outcome you are being promised. This is a con, plain and simple. Vote no.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Logan. Up next, we have Ms. Johnson. April Johnson, sorry. It's a board thing.
My maiden name was Polish and very difficult. I didn't realize how irritating a very common name could also be.
If you could state your name, spell your last, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is April Johnson, JOHSON. Excuse me. Apparently, it's been a long day. So much in the vein of my last testimony is questions that have been brought to me by members. So a question, when was the cost analysis for this done? Who did it, and what were the parameters of the analysis? How many custodians? Did you take into consideration monitoring of gyms by outside groups on the weekends? And where is the study we can look at? What research has been done where this has been tried and failed? How much do those districts have to pay to purchase all new equipment after the contract company left with their equipment? How much was spent for repairs that went unnoticed or unaddressed because it wasn't in the scope of the contract company and was unable to be fulfilled by the custodians that remained in-house? What was the impact of lost institutional knowledge when they had to insource again? How long are you considering this contract for? How much will a second contract likely increase by? What is the history of contracts with the company you're looking to contract with in other districts as far as price increases from first to second contract? What happens when ABM can't fill vacancies? If they cannot stay staffed at wages anticipated in their bid, how high are they willing to go to raise wages, and how does that get passed on to the district? At what point do they lose profit if they have to increase wages to fill vacancies? And I get that's one you guys probably can't answer. What is the reality of the condition of our buildings and level of service we receive if this company is unable to absorb their desired 80% of custodians and are unable to hire adequately when they pay less than we do? Given the budgetary constraints of the state, how will the district account for the decreased longevity of the schools and inability to fund new schools due to less care, maintenance, and upkeep provided by caring custodians who take pride in their buildings compared to an outsourced janitor doing the bare minimum? What will teachers be required to do that they do not do now to address less cleanliness in their classrooms? What will be taken off of a teacher's plate to address these additional duties? How will the district compensate teachers for adding yet another responsibility to their already ridiculously overloaded work load? Same for principals. What will they be required to do now that they don't if the level of service is not maintained or improved? And for ESSA as well, same, what are they going to have to do that they don't already, and how will the district go ahead and help alleviate that? Is there any anticipation for overtime paid to make up differences in workload? Workers' compensation was mentioned as costing the district hundreds of thousands of dollars in the facilities department. When they say this, was this facilities department district-wide? And what is the savings for workers' comp for just the positions you're considering outsourcing? Can we get a breakdown of the actual benefits employees will receive under ABM, health, retirement, leave packages, miscellaneous financial bonuses, other miscellaneous insurance coverages? All right, thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Up next, we have, forgive me if I butcher this, Josie Kogel. You can state your name, spell your last, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Josephine Kogel, Kougl, and I'm from North Pole, Alaska. Thank you for having me here today, and thank you to the school board for all the things that you have done. I have been in the school district for almost 26 years of hard work and dedication. I am the head custodian at Lathrop High School. I am totally against outsourcing. We are custodians, not janitors. There is the difference. We are well-trained and experienced. We go through yearly mandatory training for fire, life, and safety. We do preventative maintenance and are skilled at prioritizing and organizing at work, especially when we are short-handed. In the winter, custodians check the roof vents when temperature drop to 20 below zero. Day and night needs to be checked. In the spring, we clear off all the overhangs so no one gets hurt by falling snow. We clear the head bolts, flags, so the teachers and students can plug in their cars. We even clear the football track and so the students can practice. Senior and elderly people from the community also use the track in the spring. So we need to clear all of that. I will use Lathrop High School as an example of what custodians do on a daily basis. We are not just cleaning. We take care of all school events and activities, football, basketball, volleyball, baseball, ROTC, after-school program, you name it. We set up and clean up for every event and activity before anyone shows up. We clean the gym and bathrooms. During football season, we clean before and after games at the football field. We also take care of Herring Auditorium, cleaning before and after every show or events. Welcome parents, students, and the community into a clean and safe space. We also take care of the cafeteria, mat room, and gym. Sitting up and cleaning up on top of our daily routine of cleaning the whole building. We take care of parents, teachers, conference, and training to make sure anyone walks into a clean and safe environment. Custodians also handle maintenance work. We change light bulbs and ceiling tiles. We replace ceiling tiles twice a year at the mat room.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Dorn, looks like we might have a question.
Not for the test. Just could we suggest that we hold applause until the end of the hour so we can hear as many people as possible? It may just save
If
some
we
time.
could please hold applause, that'd be great so we can hear as many as possible and we get through as many testimonies. Yes, thank you, Mr. Doran. Up next, do we have Wendy Dominique here?
On Zoom.
Oh, she's on Zoom. Okay. Miss Dominique?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, state your name, spell your last, and go ahead.
Wendy Dominique, Dominique, Fairbanks. I would like to thank everyone who has spoken so far and who will be speaking later. To the superintendent, staff, and school board members, I really do appreciate your time and your energy that you're putting into this topic. I was there once, believe me, it's not an easy job. I would also like to school districts, some people may not be aware of the concerns of the custodians that we have today. I was on the board at the time when we did a memorial at Rhine Middle School for a custodian named Mr. Ken Dickey. At the memorial, we had more students than we had adults at that, speaking about this particular custodian. I know that there are thousands other custodians that did the job that Mr. Dickey did, but it was so refreshing to see that a custodian could step out and be there for these students. And they all spoke very relevantly about what he did for them and why they were a success in their lives. And I feel that this is time for people to understand that custodians do a lot for our students. And that's what we're all here for, is to have our students be successful and have everyone involved with their success. I would like for all to really consider what we're getting ready to do. We did this with the busing, and now we're trying to do it with the custodians. please vote no on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Dominique. Up
Mhm.
next, we'll have Mary Jo Skaggs. State your name, spell your last. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Mary Jo Skaggs, Skaggs, and I'm here tonight as a concerned community member from Fairbanks, Alaska, and I'm the president of the Filipino American Society of Fairbanks. I'm here to give voice to my Filipino American community that serve as custodians at the school district. And the issue of outsourcing our custodians is deeply personal for me, so please bear with me. I grew up in the Fairbanks School District, and when I was in high school, my mom had just started working as a roving custodian. This means that she would show up at any school that she was assigned to, sometimes driving over an hour to reach schools such as Two Rivers or Salsha, and she would show up at day or night, whatever shift she was put on. And this means then that she would also sometimes show up at my school. And I'm going to take this moment right now. My mother is here, she's behind me, and I'm ashamed to admit that back then, when she showed up at my school, I would hide because I was embarrassed. And I'm sorry, Mom. I hope you accept my apology and that my words tonight help make up for that. I didn't understand then the importance of the work that she was doing, and I didn't appreciate her hard work and dedication. But years later, I learned to see her sacrifices and appreciate her tireless efforts to provide for our family and to care for all the schools that she has worked in. And today I am proud, so proud, to say that she is now the head custodian over at Lathrop High School, and she has served the school district for 26 years. Her story is not unique. Many custodians, including members of the Filipino community, have dedicated their lives to this district, and they are not just workers. They are part of the school fabric. They show up early, they stay late, they go above and beyond to care for the spaces and people where our children learn and grow. Tonight, you see many members of the Filipino community here, and note in the public record that this room is awash in red as we show support for our custodians. We are here because in our Filipino culture, we hold dear the value of bayanihan. This means that we come together as a community to support each other in times of need. So tonight, we are here to support our custodians. I know that this board has more consideration than this simple teenage girl did so many years ago. And I know that you won't dismiss or shame our custodians, and that you won't ignore the decades of service that these individuals have given to the district. I also want to remind you of the core values that you swore to uphold that is set forth in the district's strategic plan. The values of safety. Custodians ensure our schools are clean and safe, and this is not the area to make cuts in. The value of workforce excellence. You say that we want to, quote, attract, retain, and empower excellence, unquote. What message does it send when we replace loyal, hardworking employees with temporary contractors? And equity. We are not asking, as Filipino Americans, to be equals. We are asking to be recognized and that these custodians are given the benefits that they have hard worked and earned.
Thank you, Ms. Skaggs, for your testimony. Up next, we have Timothy Givens. Do we have Timothy Givens? Okay, we will come back. Up next, we have Rod Gray. Hello, Mr. Gray. If you could state your name, spell your last, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Rod Gray, Gray. And I'd like to apologize, first of all, to everybody in the room for my appearance. Normally on this kind of magnitude in front of these people and the people behind me, I feel I would normally be better dressed, but I literally just came off a plane for medical reasons. I even emailed the person to try to get a testimony in the last minute, so I apologize for that. But this is just looking at a different side of custodians. Over my years, I've been 20 years in the district. I rely heavily on the custodians for nighttime security. We work nighttime events, and they are there nonstop, even when we're not there as safety assistants and when we're working events. And I truly believe that kids these days, how I treat my job, building rapport with kids, in the sense of an emergency, kids are going to run to those they are familiar with. In light of the exact thing that happened today down in Madison. I feel like it is very important and the wrong time to try to switch guard or switch people at this time, because I rely heavily on the custodians day and night for the position I do as a safety assistant, as well as all other staff members. I don't do it alone. Neither does anybody in this district. I would sit there and say any job in the district is easy, but it's tough if you care about what you do and care about the people you are doing it for. Like I said, I'm a product of the district. I went to Wood River, Ryan, West Valley, and I've been at West Valley over 20 plus years, fortunate enough to be a safety assistant there. But these people I rely on heavily for the jobs that they do day in and day out to help my position. There have been times that we were short custodians and I had to step in a custodial role. It is not an easy job. And I feel like a lot of times people feel like it just anybody can do the position. It takes very special people to do pride and joy for what they do and for what we all do for the school district. So I just say, please be in mind. Also, too, what I was aware of that with the potential of maybe outsourcing could affect building rentals, which would affect sports, basketball and football and soccer. So if we don't have a contract in place, then from what I hear, gather, it could almost maybe eliminate or just lower our building rentals, which for our youth in the wintertime is very essential. So please be in mind when you make these decisions. I support the custodians of our district. Let's not change the guard and let the kids have a familiar face day in, day out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Gray. Up next, we have Aaron Crook. Do we still have Aaron here or did he leave? Okay, we will go to, oh, he's coming? Okay. Hello, Mr. Crook. If you can state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Aaron Crook, last name is C-R-O-K, and I live here in Fairbanks. And thank you, President Burnett, and members of the school board, for allowing me to speak on the issue of critical importance in the future of our schools, the proposal to outsource custodial services in the district. Today, we face significant budgetary challenges that include uncertainty in funding from the state, declining enrollment, and the prospect of more school closures and consolidations. It is imperative that we make fiscally responsible decisions to protect the core of our educational mission. This proposal to outsource custodial services is a practical step towards doing just that. First and foremost, outsourcing has the potential to save our school district a considerable amount of money that could be redirected to classrooms, teachers, and student programs. By partnering with a qualified and reputable private company, we can reduce the overhead costs associated with managing an in-house custodial staff, such as salaries, benefits, training, and ongoing operational expenses. These savings, though difficult to estimate precisely, could provide a lifeline for critical education services in an era of lean budgets. Furthermore, outsourcing does not mean sacrificing quality. On the contrary, many professional custodial companies specialize in school settings, offering expertise, efficiency, and innovation. These companies bring economies of scale that allow them to provide high-quality service at a lower cost. By establishing clear performance standards in the contract, we can ensure that our schools remain clean, safe, and welcoming for students and staff alike. This move also provides the district with much needed flexibility. As we continue to navigate school closures and consolidations, having a contract-based custodial service allows us to adapt more readily to changing circumstances. Instead of being locked in a fixed workforce size, we can scale services up or down depending on the number of schools in operation. This adaptability is critical as we respond to enrollment shifts and other budgetary pressures. Now, I know that some may worry about the impact on our current custodial staff. Let me assure you this decision is not being made light. I know you guys aren't making this decision lightly. We deeply value the contributions of those who have worked tirelessly to maintain our schools. The transition to an outsourced model should include provisions to prioritize prioritize employment opportunities for current staff with the selected contractor, ensuring that they are treated fairly and respectfully. This is the kind of practical, thoughtful decision making that will keep our district strong, even in the face of financial uncertainty.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Crook. We're going to circle back. Is there a Timothy Givens here who would like to testify? Okay, not seeing him. So we still have some time left for testimony, and that wraps up the...
Mrs. Burnett?
Yes.
We still have Mr. Weber on.
Oh, that's right. I apologize, Ms. Bullen. Thank you. Joe Weber, that's correct. Hello, Mr. Weber. If you could state your first name, spell your last, and you have 3 minutes.
Joe Weber, W-E-B-E-R. Just let me gather my thoughts for a second because I've had a bit of a trip down memory lane here. Hello, I'm Joe Weber. I live at 1131 Ivy Drive in Fairbanks. I'm a Title I tutor currently at Denali Elementary. And I would just like to add that I started in the district as a day custodian. I started working for the district in 1996. I answered an ad in the News Miner for custodians paying $8.75 an hour. After making it through the hiring process, I was offered the job, but was told the pay was now $8.15 because of a budget cut. Over the years, our custodial staff has been reduced to the point the buildings that once had 5 night crew are now being maintained by 2. Our custodians are not janitors. They do not merely clean. They know their facilities inside and out. They are the first safeguard to maintaining the investment in our buildings. And that's where I was going to end. But I would like to add that after about 7 years as a custodian, I received my first CPI nonviolent crisis intervention training here as a custodian. And I maintained that for several years as a custodian, meaning that I was dealing with students that were in crisis as a custodian. I transferred from that. It was a springboard into working in special ed and the autism program, which I did for almost 9 years, off and on. But my job as a special ed aide began as a custodian. And the one-on-one was critical for those students. They see our custodians. My day custodian is here now. He works with students that are having issues, gets them out of the classroom. It gives them contact with a staff member outside of their teacher group. And I can't emphasize enough what our custodians mean to our students. And we're going to lose that if we outsource this. I wish I had more time, but originally this was going to be about a minute, and now I filled up the whole time. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weber. With that, we still have some time allotted available for public testimony, and we have reached the end of our signups. Is there anybody out there who would like to come forward and testify?
Hello.
State your name, spell your last, and you got 3 minutes.
All right, I'm Sarah Dimmick. I Dimmick, and I've been a teacher in the district since 2006. And the biggest lesson that I've learned from working in our schools during that whole time is that every person in our schools is a valuable team member. And the well-being and safety of the students in our schools is dependent on the whole educational team, and this includes our custodians. My students have always benefited directly from the services our custodians provide. On countless evenings when I have worked late into the evening to grade student papers and create lesson plans, I have been humbled by the dedication of our custodians. They take pride in creating a safe and secure environment for our students. They do more work than they have to because, like everyone who works in our schools, they are educators. Hiring wage workers who are not invested in our students will lower the quality and safety of our students' learning environment. I'm hearing that ABM has promised that their employees won't have contact with students. That is not possible. In my first years of teaching, I was regularly at the school from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Students were at the school until late in the evening, and our custodians were part of the team that was taking care of them and facilitating their events, opening doors, supervising. They were there for our students. Custodian means caretaker. Our custodians are integral team members who care for our schools and our students. They maintain high quality learning environments. They know our buildings inside and out. They anticipate maintenance issues and take care of them before they become a problem. They facilitate family engagement events in our schools. They are there opening doors, they are welcoming, and they are always smiling. We cannot do our work of educating without our custodians. I'm a track coach at Lathrop High School, and last spring, the track was covered in snow, and I told my kids who run distance events, bring a shovel to practice. We're gonna shovel that track. My students and I got out to the track. The Lathrop custodians were there snow plowing the track so that we could have practice. They knew what was happening in the school and what needed to happen to facilitate the well-being of our students. And that's just one story. These people build our schools, and we need them. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If you'd like to testify, please, come forward now. You can state your name, spell your last, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Leah Thomas, THOMAS, and I am a shift custodian at Lathrop High School, and I am against of custodial outsourcing. The administration claims outsourcing will bring back APA, the cleaning standards level 1 or 2, like 15 years ago. But times have changed. Back then, custodians had better benefits, faster hiring, and enough staff to meet those standards. When I was hired in 2018 under different management, I received proper training and evaluation to ensure consistency and quality. When I returned 3 months ago, there was no train assigned to me. Recently, new hires have been trained by other custodians instead of professionals, which undermines standards and consistency. The hiring process is another issue. When I was rehired, it took more than a month to complete. This delay discourages applicants, especially when other employers offer faster hiring and better pay. With 10 months contract and no pay for 2 months, it becomes even harder for families like mine to stay with the district. If the administration truly wants higher cleaning standards, the solution is better training, communication, and leadership, not outsourcing. Faster hiring, competitive pay, and a proper management would solve short staffing. Custodians already go beyond cleaning duties, handling tasks like painting, snow shoveling, and emergencies. Outsourcing will limit this contribution or increase cost when extra services are added to contracts. Custodial management also needs training to address staffing concerns and support custodian effectively. The problems outsourcing claims to solve are a result of mismanagement, not custodial performance. We custodians take pride in serving our schools and working hard to meet their needs. Outsourcing isn't the answer. Stronger leadership, proper training, and better communication. And before I end, I want to quote what Mr. Doran said in the previous meeting, that you mentioned that this is a short-term gain for a long-term loss. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else who would like to come up and testify? If you could state your name, spell your last, and you have 3 minutes.
Mike Wenstrup, Fairbanks, Wenstrup. I'm father of 2 kids in the district, a 5th grader and a 3rd grader, but I'm here to testify tonight as a union rep who works primarily with ESSA. I've worked with them since 2015, and I'm going to tell you about a secret that administration doesn't really want you to know, that they often deny, but the truth is this district would fall apart if every support staff person worked only their hours. They come in early and don't clock in. They work through their lunch. They work through their breaks. They stay after they're supposed to leave. That free labor runs this district. Custodians work through their lunch and dinner every night because they're short-staffed to get the buildings clean. No outsourced custodian will do that. It will not happen. In fact, if the custodians today weren't giving away their free time, we would have been in trouble, a lot more trouble, a lot longer ago. It's not just custodians, secretaries, aides, all of ESSA staff give more than they're paid. And the truth is, if you treat them like a number, like a statistic, like something they can cut, how long do you think the rest of them are going to keep giving away their time? This district will not operate without support staff giving away their time. And what you're doing here, trying to outsource the custodians, is sending a message to everyone that they don't matter. This district will fall apart if the blood and sweat of these support staff people do not continue to feed the district their free time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else who wishes to come up and testify? State your first and last names, or spelling your last, and you got 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Laura Capel, Capelle, and I live in Fairbanks. I want to thank you all for being here and for your incredible work on behalf of our school district and for your careful listening to everybody here tonight. There's a lot of different things I could speak on. I'm speaking against custodial outsourcing, of course, but I think the one thing I'd like to talk about most right now is the idea that outsourcing any employee group is going to help us to support our teachers when custodians are supporting our teachers. And if we create that kind of a gap and that kind of an opening in sort of like what's been our community of educators, our support structure that works in every school, including this building. You know, I work in this building and I see our night custodians, and I know that I can rely on them. If there's something that comes up and I get to say hi, check in, they know our buildings, they know our place, and they know, and they're able to be responsive. It's the same way in our schools. I used to work in the schools for a long time as instructional staff. And the night custodians are a part of that fabric. And as like Mr. Gray said, like Ms. Dimmick said, people come to rely on them and they trust them, and so substituting them with somebody who's a temporary employee, who's not an educator, who's not invested in our school district, but who's invested in a wage job, it's not going to have the intent of saving money, and it's not going to have the intent of supporting our educators, even though I have no doubt that's exactly what people want to do. It's my feeling it's going to erode morale, and if people feel like they're expendable, like that, like I know we need to save money, but this isn't the way to save money. And that diminishes the quality of what we have, and it will affect our recruitment and our retention in a school district where there's not support for the educators who are staying here right now, who are working hard right now in these sort of unprecedented times. We need to focus our energy not on continuing to reduce things preemptively, but to proactively talk to our legislators, proactively demand more money. You know, the governor does not have the final word on our budget, and we have other powers other than reducing our power in our schools in order to address this problem. So I would encourage you to keep our custodial staff, keep our schools as whole as possible, and let's set our energy, let's set our sights on the legislative session and our legislators who are obligated to give us adequate funding, good funding, right? And not just, as Mr. DeGrasso rightly said, it's flat funding, which is woefully inadequate. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else who would like to testify? We have room for a few more. Good evening. If you could please state your name, spell your last, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Tom Klaimeyer, Klaameyer. I'm a high school social studies teacher in Anchorage, but I have the pleasure of serving as the NEA Alaska president. Of course, FEA and SR are our affiliates. I want to thank you for the work that you do as school board members. You have a thankless job. You're in a terrible, terrible position in not being able to raise any revenue, but having to be required to present a balanced budget. I can certainly testify to the work that custodians do, the value that they add to the school district beyond their job description, but you've heard that much more eloquently than I could say today by people that are doing that work every day. I could talk to you about other examples around the state who tried to outsource and it ended up costing more money with a lower quality of service. And I'd be happy to share offline those experiences. But I would ask, aside from that, given your very difficult position financially in the district and being at the mercy of the state budget, which was presented earlier or discussed earlier anyways, I would offer that perhaps this decision this evening is premature, not knowing what the budget is going to be. But I would offer that perhaps maybe tabling this discussion later in the year. There's the legislature reorganized a different majority in the House, preserved in the Senate, and both have pledged education funding as a priority, and they're talking about doing it early in the session. And I think if you were to table this discussion to a later, well, first of all, I would encourage you to vote it down. But aside from that, if you're not ready to be able to do that right now, I would encourage you to table it until we can see what with more certainty what the fiscal outlay is going to be down in Juneau, and then subsequently revisit this discussion if you have to in the spring. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have time for two more. Is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and testify? Good evening. If you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Karen Dullen, Dullen. I think I would like to say that outsourcing is a bad idea. And the reason why would be several reasons that have been stated, but I've been with this district for, I think, 35 years now. And I was back here thinking, and I was like, well, I probably could name every principal, you know, certainly the one that hired me, and then several others. But, you know, the office staff, counselors, librarians, I don't remember their names, but I can remember every one of the custodial staff. And it's like, they always interact with you. They'd always check, you know, how you doing? Do you need anything? And that's really important. When and I had a bunch of kids. And so I couldn't always work like hours that everyone else worked. And like normal hours, I mean, I'd have to go home and take care of my kids and put them to bed. And then I'd go back to school and I'd work. And I worked at Hunter. I started off at Hunter. And I remember I was there late one time. And, you know, someone came in and they checked on me to make sure I was okay. And then I worked at Ryan. And I was at Ryan for, I don't know, 9, 10 years. And I would have to literally carry my kids into school sometimes and make a little bed for them while I did the grades, because we didn't have the computers back then. I had to do everything longhand. And so by the time it was time for me to take my kids home, it was late, it was dark, it was cold. And, you know, I was kind of scared to walk to my car a lot of times, but they would always walk me to my car. They would help me with my kids. They'd make sure I was there. And it's like, you know, it's like just kind of like saved my life, and it saved my job, and it gave me this longevity that I've had with the district. If it wasn't for the custodians, I would not be working today, because they helped me make my way. Please consider this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on this subject tonight? Please come forward. State your name, spell your last. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Natalie Pisick,
Spell your-
PECIC, Fort Wainwright? Or,
Yep, you're good.
Sorry, okay. Hi. thank y'all for giving me this time and for hearing us out and for what y'all do as well. I'm here to like give testimony for our custodial staff. Like they're a valuable asset to our district. And being in the educational field, I remember one thing a professor told me: your best friends in the district are your secretaries and your custodians. And I always wonder, like, what are they talking about, our secretaries and custodians? And now working in the district, I realize how our custodial staff are an asset, and they are our go-to people aside from our secretaries as well, because they know where stuff's at. They know the ins and outs of our buildings. If you need anything, you could call them up and they know where it's at. They'll bring it for you. And it's incredible, especially just yesterday, like with all this snow when we came back from, this weekend. There was a van that got stuck. One of our own custodial staff helped get that van unstuck. I can't even talk, sorry. But they helped, and they're here to help us in those moments of crisis. I mean, they set apart their time from their job to come help our SS staff get unlocked from that snow. But either way, just apart from that, they're leaders, they're educators to our students. Students look up to them from elementary, middle, and high. I've seen the great friendships that they network together from those grade levels on in all locations across the district that I've worked at. And it's incredible to see the impact that our custodials have on our students from all ages, from elementary, middle, and high. And just going into that whole high school aspect, they're great role models for students in high school to have. Sorry, I just really want to cry because I'm just like, oh my gosh, please don't do this, because they are an asset and we can't lose that friendship that they make with our students. And just to have that safetiness and cleanliness that we have when we come into our buildings, not only as workers, but even our students, even just families that come in, because it's not only our students and staff that are impacted, it's families as well when they come in. Because I mean, imagine their car getting stuck. Who are they gonna go to or whatnot, Obviously, we're gonna call our custodials to come help them. So either way, that asset that we wanna outsource, someone else won't have that devotion. They won't have that caring need to wanna go above and beyond like we see behind us, and even are the people who didn't want to show up because they're like, hey, I have a job I have to do. So hooray to all our custodial staff. I really applaud y'all. Y'all are a great asset to us. Like, no lie. Thank y'all. I applaud y'all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I have been notified, so we have room for one more, and I was notified by Ms. Poland that we have somebody on Zoom who would like to testify.
Yes, hi, my name is Barbara Heaney. I'm testifying as my own personal self as a private citizen, but I'm also an economist by trade. I have a tremendous appreciation for many of the custodial staff. I'm not going to lie. And I get the situation. I get their contribution. However, I want to remind people that the governor's budget has a $1.5 billion deficit. That is huge. Our state is in a fiscal decline at the moment. And I get that there has been a change in on the makeup of our legislature. But when I look at the makeup of the legislature, I do not see Fairbanks legislators playing a prominent role in the leadership at the moment. And so I am not as optimistic as I might have been in past times about additional funds coming in. So I guess I want you to be prayerful. I value our custodians, but a $1.5 billion deficit is it's a tough road, and it's going to be really tough getting additional state funding as we have in the past. So I just want you guys to kind of keep that in mind. Got to come up with the money from somewhere. And so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That brings us to our 1 hour time limit for public testimony. So public testimony is now closed, and we will now bring the discussion back to the board. Is there any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Dorn.
Thank you, President Burnett. I've got comments, no questions.
Okay.
But the comments that I want to start with first is to say thank you to the administration for doing their job. They have a responsibility to try and manage the finances as best as possible to bring things to the board. And I think that's really important. And we're here primarily because of state action or inaction, because of the governor's action or inaction. And the administration is trying to be responsive to that. But it's for us as the board to provide that leadership and to support the administration in what we decide is best for our district. My lens in looking at this particular topic about contracting custodial is really to take a lens and perspective of what is best for our district organizationally and educationally. Being mindful of the financial, but that's not my responsibility as much as it is the organizational, the health of our district organizationally and educationally for our students. I've worked side by side with custodians. I've walked side by side with them for almost 30 years as an administrator, but also before that as a teacher. And I've done that with days custodians, night custodians, the leads, the shifts, winter and summer. And so when I look at what has been rightfully called hard decision, I think it's also important to keep in mind for me in looking at that is it's a hard decision, whether it's a yes or a no. So how did I get to my decision, which does not favor contracting? And the points that come to my mind is, and I appreciate the fact that administration has brought information to us, that President Burnett has scheduled work sessions. The board members have participated in that and others. And we've also had groups come and present to me on present to us on their experiences. But I have been left with a lack of detail to projected savings, and it seems dependent only upon an easy math problem in terms of what a bid might be and what we're paying today. We don't know what that is. It's too early. We don't have the bids. It may not save anything. It may save something. But that lack of detail is important to me in making such a big decision. I think there have been gaps in the information detail impacting the timing of this decision. Although I can make arguments it's better to do it sooner than later for people's health and what we want to put out there, what that commitment is. But I also think it presents a chicken and egg situation. As we've listened to in work sessions some information, it struck me significantly that one of the presenters, to just share information, not to take sides, just information, representatives from UAF made a very significant comment that since they went to contracting, they've seen increased costs and less service. That to me speaks highly. We've heard from several in the Matsu district of their experience and feedback. I happen to know one of the principals who contacted us. Okay, it was not a good experience. When I look in terms of what we will be considering, what the final result will be, we don't know, but what's out there right now is what the Consolidation will lead us to that we will expect a cut in custodial positions of 15 to 20. That comes out to 1.2 or 1 to 1.6 million dollar savings. Okay? We already are moving in that direction. I will modify that somewhat in that we have been cutting custodial positions for years, and it shows. We have put a lot on the shoulders of fewer people. I am very mindful and appreciate the testimony we've gotten, some sent in, some given tonight. That gives us those real life experiences. As I said, I've walked side by side, I've worked side by side with custodians. And to me, one of those losses is the district to parent community connection. It is significant. They are frontline connections to our community. And when we talk about communication, we talk about partnership with our community. If we lose that, we are creating a new and significant gap. As I was quoted tonight, and I have said and will continue to say, to me, this is a short-term gain for a long-term loss. I'm also very mindful that this action, if we contract, this seems to be in the face of both our current and developing strategic plan. We talk about employees, we talk about staffing, we value them. I won't go into the wording of either plan, but both of them speak highly of treat your people well. I am very concerned about that contracting, what that impact is on the morale and staff expectations. Basically, I sum it up, who's next? I am very mindful of the connection that custodians have with students, parents, teachers, and principals. The times a parent comes and they have left their child's boots in the classroom as they head out for winter break. And as a principal, I may have left. The custodian was there. They were able to get the boots, and the kid could have good outside time during the winter break. Just one of many examples. Part of those connections is that custodians are models for students. They show every day that working with their hands is an honorable profession. And when we talk about CTE, it is really important that our kids see all of us as careers, opportunities to move forward. We've heard testimony tonight, but I've also seen it and commented on it before, that being a custodian is one of our recruitment tools. It's a career track opportunity. Many people in our district started out as custodians or kitchen supervisors and things of that sort, you know, the support staff, and have gone on into the classroom. And I think that needs to be recognized. We had this discussion, yes, last year. I come back and say, why are we having it again? I know the financial pressures, but I feel strongly that part of making the hard decision is to saying enough is enough. This is an educational component of our schools. This is important for our students to connect with, to see, to learn from. And to contract is not, in my opinion, in the best interest of our district. And I just wanted to comment on a custodian who is just representative of so many, but Toma Popovic, some of you may know him. He was a custodian in this district for a long time. He literally crawled through the woods under fences to get to freedom from Eastern Europe to Western Europe and then to America. His impact on students, a very quiet man in lots of ways, but he died this fall, so that's why he popped into my mind. But he's just symbolic of so many of our custodians who had the connections with kids. Ms. Dominique referenced one. As she said, there are so many, and they're not always the ones that we most see. Our custodians are often invisible, but very significant people. So for all those reasons, and many, many more, but I will be shut off here, I know, shortly, I am voting no on contracting custodial services.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Next, we have Miss Loa Carroll Hubbard, then we have Mrs. Hardy, and then Mrs. Julian.
Thank you, Mrs. Burnett. Over the past several weeks, we've gathered information and heard from many members of the community regarding the potential outsourcing of evening custodial services. And I want to extend my thanks to everyone who took the time to share their thoughts, whether through emails, public forums, or personal conversations. Your input has been valuable in helping us weigh the pros and cons of this important situation. One thing that has been clear through this process is that there is a remarkable sense of unity within this community. Unity is not only a great strength, but it's also an asset that helps us to work toward the best possible outcomes for our students. This commitment to improving our schools is something that we deeply appreciate. Through this process, many of you have raised important concerns, including potential job losses, lower pay, fewer benefits, lower quality of service, and the negative impact on student-teacher custodial relationships. And please be assured that we have weighed these concerns, and our hope is not only to maintain the current service standards, but also to improve them, enhancing operational efficiency. As we face these difficult budget decisions, we are committed to making the necessary cuts to ensure a balanced and sustainable financial future for our students. Balancing the budget is critical to ensuring the continued success of our schools, and we understand that this comes with tough choices. After careful consideration, I have made my decision to support outsourcing custodial services. But this, just a second, I agree that change is hard, and but I agree that this decision aligns with our goal of providing a more balanced budget and saving money. It also does provide us with the ability to maintain current class sizes and possibly, if we can, reduce them back to what we had them at last year, the numbers of last year. We understand that this change may impact various individuals, and we want to assure everyone that we are committed to making this a positive and beneficial change. We will use the same rigorous background checks as our current employees to maintain the safety and the integrity of all of our schools. This is the first step in a very long process of budget issues this year. And after looking at the preliminary budget proposal from the Office of the Governor, we will all appreciate your continued support and trust as we move forward. We believe that this decision will help our school district begin the steps toward a balanced budget.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll Hubbard. Mrs. Hardy.
I want to begin by saying that I appreciate that the administration brought this forward. Their job is to present us with options. And I don't particularly like some of the options we get presented with, but it would be not doing their job to present them to us so that we can make the hard decisions. That's not the superintendent's job to make them. The budget is hard to balance, and we need lots of options to do that. So I hold no ill will for having this on our agenda. With that, I will be voting no on this motion for many reasons, but the most significant is the moral and ethical implications of outsourcing. Throughout our discussions, no one has questioned the essential role custodians play in fulfilling the district's mission of providing an excellent and equitable education and a safe and supportive environment. Unclean school buildings pose significant health and safety risks to our staff and our students and create conditions that are not conducive to learning. Years of budget cuts have left custodial staffing reduced to the point that we have been forced to lower our standards of care to match the staffing we can afford and the positions we can fill. Let's be clear, as a board, we created the very problem that proponents of outsourcing now promise to solve. Even after our work session, I remain skeptical that outsourcing will restore cleaning standards to pre-2010 levels while saving us millions. Outsourcing may seem like a cost-saving measure now, but often outsourcing contracts leads to higher turnover, lower quality of work, and hidden costs that tend to cancel out any initial savings in the long term. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. We have yet to see that proof. But even if I set my skepticism aside, the crux of this issue is not about money saved or efficiencies gained. It is about the impact this decision will have on our community and whether it aligns with how we choose to treat people who perform essential work. By outsourcing, we send a message that while we value the work being done, we do not value the people doing it. We are outsourcing our responsibility to our employees to provide them with fair wages and benefits to a company that will offer neither. Current custodians may be rehired at their current rate, but they will lose opportunities for wage growth. New hires will start at lower wages, and as was stated in our last work session, annual raises will likely be impossible unless contract costs increase. Long-term careers in custodial work will no longer make sense. I used to tell my fifth graders at Hunter that it doesn't matter what job you choose, as long as you do it well and you do it with pride. That being a custodian is just as honorable a career as being a teacher. I still believe that. For generations, custodial employees have dedicated their lives to caring for our schools in our district, enriching both our district and our community. One made such a lasting impact that we named the Ryan Gym after him. A hard day's work deserves a living wage and benefits. I refuse to vote to give 76 of our employees anything less in an attempt to balance the budget, especially when our funding crisis can be laid squarely at the feet of the lawmakers in Juneau, who continue to refuse to do their own jobs and adequately fund our schools.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Mrs. Julian.
Thank you, President Burnett. I want to reference something that Mr. Doran just said, in that a yes, no, and a no vote, a yes vote and a no vote, neither of them are good. And none of us have a magic 8-ball. None of us can see into the future. And a lot of us have been asked to look into the future, and that's an impossible task. So I've been really critical of this process, and so I'm going to share a little bit about what I've heard and what I've learned. Vacancies, so let's start there. I've learned that this proposal tonight, through a lot of questions, is not only an intentional money savings, but also an attempt to address vacancies. The custodial work currently isn't being done fully, not because our current custodians are lacking in any way, and I think that's very clear. It's because of vacancies. To Ms. Hardy's comments, that is a direct impact of previous board decisions to cut custodial. I also want to state that it also is an impact of driving neighborhood school attendance away. We have lost student enrollment in our neighborhood schools, and that is based on increased enrollment in our best homeschool, increased enrollment in charter schools, and people moving out of state. We heard tonight that we have over 600 and some students this year that we lost, and we're projecting another 200, close to 200 next year, and that's a magic 8-ball number. I appreciate that it's rooted in data, but we were projecting about 200 this year, and it ended up being closer to 700. Specifically, right now, for vacancies, there are 11 openings in shift custodial, a 15% vacancy rate. Day custodians have a much lower vacancy rate. That's fact. Lingering vacancies have also have been an issue for us since we cut the department and moved from 12-month contracts to 10-month contracts. You can see that those vacancies increasing when that happened, and that was a board vote. This proposal tonight tries to address vacancies as much as the budget, and I have been very critical of a contractor's ability to recruit a workforce better than we can. I've also learned that a contractor will likely fill vacancies by flying in workers. I don't like that, but that's probably what they're going to do. They'll offer signing bonuses and competitive pay, and they'll try to match everything to grab as many people as they can. They quoted an 80% possible rate of bringing people over. We saw it at UAF. I work at the university. I was there before we contracted Custodial, and there currently, and I've seen the impacts. However, as skeptical as I've been, because those contractors can fly people in, they are probably going to be able to address vacancies better than we can, and that's just a fact. Money. So I've been incredibly critical of the money saving assumptions, and I caution the board on that as well. I continue to be skeptical that it is a $3 million savings. During the first work session on the 3rd of December, I asked if this estimate is based on our current facility footprint. That answer was yes. I just want people to consider that. Knowing that our facility footprint may significantly change in 2025, of which that announcement is on the 6th of January, I caution again that this is truly a $3 million savings. However, we're facing massive deficits. And if it's not cutting this position, it's cutting other represented positions, and that's a fact. We have to put forth a balanced budget, and this is a really hard decision. The scope of work. So contracts with vendors go wrong when the scope of work with the client is not thorough enough. I have really dug into this, and I commend the administration for putting together one of the most thorough scopes of work that I have seen in my professional experience. When we as a client don't set up the expectations, that's when expectations fail. That's when costs go up. The scope of work is based on our 2010 levels of cleaning, or previous to 2010 levels of cleaning, which include nightly cleaning. We heard here tonight that that is still happening, so thank you. And I do understand, and I understand that people are doing above and beyond. I was an ESSA employee. I worked at Wood River for a year. I see what you do. Our scope of work is based on 2010 levels of cleaning, which include nightly cleaning, asking contractors to bid on a better level of cleanliness than we currently have. However, again, going back to the money, I'm skeptical that we maintain a $3 million savings, asking them to do more than what we currently are doing. So again, I have a hard time with that one. However, it will be a savings. Matsu. Matsu School District outsourced custodial 15 years ago, but 3 years after, they insourced. They brought it back. We've heard from some educators in the Matsu district. This was one key difference, though, that I heard. When we heard from Matsu, they did not maintain day custodians. They did not maintain day custodians in Matsu to quality control the contractor. Quality control fell on educators and principals. The proposal that the administration has brought to us maintains day custodians in our district. At the 10th December board meeting, we heard from the vendor that this is not their preference. They want full control. We are not offering that. We are splitting control of the work to maintain quality. In consideration of the feedback we've received from Matsu, I do believe the structure to maintain quality control by employing head custodians as ESSA members and district employees satisfies my concern about quality control. Safety of children and security of our property. I have children in these school buildings. I have, and their teacher is here tonight, and I want to thank them for coming. I was concerned, very concerned about the safety of our children, and I thank the community for bringing that forward. I've asked such questions at the 3rd December work session. What I learned is that we currently have veto power over hires with our contracted transportation vendor, Durham. The administration will build that control into this RFP for shift custodians. Thank you. We also would run our own background checks, fingerprinting, and training of all contract custodians. Knowing that, this satisfies my concerns about keeping our students safe and also our property secure. ESSA openings. Our current custodial staff, you are part of our school community. I want to shout out to Mr. Micah at Pearl Creek. He is a custodian there. My kids speak fondly of him. Will a contractor be able to provide the same level of pride of connection to our schools and students? No. Contracting will leave a void there. This would be a loss. For custodians who want to stay within the district if the board outsources, there are head custodian positions that we are keeping, and there are also many openings with ESSA. The vacancy rate that we've seen in custodial is not singular just to custodial. We also have current vacancies in other ESSA positions. I met with ESSA and with NEA. In your contract, you have priority in applying for other positions that you qualify for. There are opportunities to maintain the benefits that you have and the retirement that you have by potentially choosing to go to other ESSA positions. I want to say none of you are just a custodian, and that's something that several people have alluded to tonight. Nobody is just anything. You are important. You are part of this district, a part of this community, and I am not disillusioned that a contractor can ever fill the same role that you have in serving students. This absolutely would be a loss, and that's why there is no good decision here. I am grateful that ESSA has openings, though, even though it means that our educators are doing more and filling gaps. The timing, I was not pleased to be voting on this tonight. We are asked to make a decision. However, we've been asked to make a decision by the administration, and we have been elected to lead. We have projected a most likely a $16 million deficit, which assumes a repeat BSA and one-time funding from the state. We learned last week our assumption is not aligned with the governor's proposed budget, who does have control and veto authority over the budget. This is representative, so this means that our deficit could actually grow from 16 million to 24 million. Absolutely devastating, and it would hurt a whole heck of a lot more people than this. It would hurt our students. I now support having this vote tonight, not delaying it, because in a couple weeks, we have a massive, massive thing to discuss, and that is what schools we may be closing, up to 5. Every single parent, every single educator, every single support staff person, that deserves the entire oxygen in the room. And I am grateful that we have had 2 work sessions and tonight and this opportunity to really dedicate to this, because this is equally as important, and we've had an entire month to work on this as a board. This is a short-sighted solution. But right now, the only thing that we can do is provide a short-sighted budget. I don't see a way around that. With the current people that we have in office, I don't see a way that we can plan beyond right now. I know that it's a short-sighted. I fundamentally do not ever support using public money for private use. Privatization and outsourcing goes against my personal values. In this seat, I took an oath of office to do what's best for students, not what's best for me personally or any future campaign that I may run. We've been cautioned to do no harm. But to those that have said that to me, I ask, do no harm to whom or to what? I am working hard to do no harm to our students. This board has been dealt an entirely bad hand, and we are trying to make the least bad decisions. So in conclusion of these factors, with a very heavy heart, I am reluctantly leaning towards supporting outsourcing shift custodians.
Thank you, Ms. Julian. Up next, Ms. Charlie.
So I sat on the budget committee process, and I originally voted high on our list of priorities, and it just didn't sit well with me. I felt like we didn't really have a whole lot of options with the savings that needed to happen. I understand the social emotional challenges in the school and the support that you all provide, and I appreciate that. I've managed relationship-based programs for 10 years, and Head Start being one of them. I am now the executive director of FNA. We manage probably at least 10 properties. Our Head Start program being one of them, with 303 kids, many, many classrooms. And our custodial contract is a very difficult part of my job, and trying to keep the kids safe. And the challenges that we have, I don't wish those on any principal. I don't wish them on this school district. And it's hard. It's really hard, but I just thank all of you for your testimony. I thank you for being here. I have an advisory seat on this board, but for all of you, I wish my vote counted tonight, and I don't support outsourcing custodial.
Thank you, Ms. Charlie. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. Hopefully I don't lose my voice. I'm recovering from an illness here, but I want to start my comments on this issue tonight by acknowledging that we are being put in an impossible situation by the state. The governor and legislature have failed year after year to provide school districts across the state with the funding that we need to provide Alaska students with the quality education that they deserve and that every student deserves. This failure has put us in a budget situation in which there are no good decisions to make. A situation in which we are forced to make the least bad decision, meaning every option available results in cuts that will have a negative effect on our students, our staff, and our communities as a whole. We are also bound to a certain extent by decisions that have been made by our local governance in the past. We can see that decisions that have been made by previous boards and administrations, by previous borough assemblies, have set us on a particular track that is difficult to get off of, especially when funding from the state is woefully inadequate. Historical decisions to underfund the district, to trim hours or months from certain positions, and to cut jobs have put us in a situation in which certain decisions seem impossible to avoid. And this board is left holding the bag. We find ourselves at a precipice that none of us wanted to be at, where the only way out is down and every available decision causes harm. And for these reasons, I will not criticize or blame any board members who have come to a different decision from me on this issue, and I don't fault the administration for searching for any possible solution. To get to the practical matters, while I do think the administration made a good case for why they think contracting custodial is a reasonable solution, I have not heard anything that convinces me that a private company would actually be able to do the job better, to successfully recruit to fill positions, or to truly fulfill the important role that our current custodial staff fulfill in our schools. What I heard is that staff hired by a private company would be detached from the school community, that they wouldn't be able to perform all of the extra jobs that our custodians do. I also heard that they wouldn't receive the same benefits or pay beyond the first year if they chose to transfer to the contractor in the first place. I'm concerned about the contractor stating, one potential contractor stating that they might have to find efficiencies in order to pay reasonable wages. And I'm not convinced that they would have more success in recruiting than we currently have without, potentially importing people from out of town who would not be invested in our community or our schools. What's more, we have had experience with contracting transportation services, and we've seen the struggles that they've had with recruiting and fulfilling the scope of services they agreed to perform. We've also heard problems in other districts or from other entities that have made decisions to outsource jobs, including custodial jobs, oftentimes ending up costing districts or agencies more than expected over time. I just don't share the confidence that this is a reasonable long-term solution that is worth the harm that it could cause. Again, nothing that I heard in 2 work sessions convinced me that a contractor could actually provide the level of service that we hope that they would. Nothing has convinced me that this would be the best move for our schools, for our students, or for our community as a whole. I am not convinced that the gains would be greater than the losses. I understand the administration's point that not making this cuts means that we might have to cut other areas deeper, and it is a concern for me. But even the rosiest of outlooks of what the state might do will still require deep cuts beyond this, that making this decision will not prevent us from having to make. And right now, we don't even have all the information. In the president's report at the last board meeting on December 3rd, President Burnett said, beginning these conversations now gives us more time for thorough discussion and informed decision-making. And I agree, having the conversations early helps with informed decision-making, and I appreciate that intent and the chance to get information early and often. I appreciate the conversation. But today we are being asked to go a step further than just having the conversation. We're being asked to make a decision now before we have all the information that is necessary to ensure that the decision is, in fact, well-informed. The missing information includes the actual savings that would be realized by outsourcing custodial, as well as the actual size of our budget, considering that the legislature has not even convened yet to discuss education funding. We heard administration say that the actual savings could be less than $3 million, and I feel it would be irresponsible of me to support a momentous decision like this without accurate numbers. I also think we deserve to give our newly elected representatives the chance to at least try to get us the funding that we need before we start preemptively making cuts. Our staff deserves that, our community deserves that, and our students deserve that. Some might say that waiting on the legislature is a fool's hope, but I say it is hope. And frankly, this decision would not prevent us, like I said, from making more cuts that would fundamentally change the way that we are able to deliver education in this town. Now, I'll admit that if this decision was being made as we worked on the budget, when we could compare all of the other potential cuts directly, when we had a better idea of our actual income, it may be inevitable that I would have to support it in order to balance a budget. But doing it now, outside of the budget, feels wrong. I feel underinformed, and I cannot support it in good conscience without at least a better understanding of what the specific trade-offs would be. I do not appreciate being forced into a decision like this when there is so much uncertainty. We've heard about the supposed benefits that making this cut could get us, but I don't know that we've thought hard enough about the consequences. Having this discussion year after year, cutting custodial year after year, is clearly demoralizing to our staff. That's a huge consequence. Continuing to make cuts to our lowest paid employees sends a message about our values. And making this decision, causing this distrust, will likely cause an exodus from the district, and not just in the custodial positions. That's going to harm students this year potentially, not just in our next budget. We've heard loud and clear from a huge majority of this community that they don't want this, that they value our custodial staff and the roles that they play in our school culture and climate. We've heard that they are part of the fabric of our school communities. Making this cut, and especially making it now, outside of the rest of the budget discussion, shows that we are not listening. And let's be clear, we're talking about people and people's lives. People who have counted on a certain level of pay and benefits and increases to their pay if they stay in their jobs. If we make this decision, we're pulling the rug out from them. I can't do that. Now, I've heard folks argue that making this cut early and outside of the regular budget process could help to persuade legislators to provide more funding by showing them that we're accountable. That's a word that we've heard a lot from some legislators and the governor, accountability. But you know, when we ask them, they can't define it. They can't tell us what they mean. We are accountable. We routinely win awards for our accountability and transparency in this district. We have seen increasing literacy rates and other positive trends in education in spite of the cuts we've had to make over the past several years. We have brought in community members, including legislators, to participate in our strategic planning and facilities framework groups. And if they aren't seeing our accountability now, I fail to see how a move like this is going to make any difference to them at all. Again, we are accountable, and we need to be accountable to our community as well, not just the legislators. We are being forced into making cuts that we know will harm our community, to demoralize our staff, increase the trend of further outmigration from our community and our state, and diminish our ability to provide a quality education to students. I did not campaign for this job so I could get pushed around by a governor whose goals seem to be to reduce local control, push a personal agenda, and privatize public education. I will not take the first step. If we're going to make decisions preemptively in the hopes that it will appease lawmakers, why don't we just give them our whole budget and ask them to make it for us? Ask them what else they need us to cut. We're cutting off our foot in hopes that it will convince the legislature to put a penny in our shoe. Our job is not to capitulate to the demands of the people holding the purse strings despite our better judgment, or to preempt decisions based on a pessimistic outlook. Our job is to determine the needs of our district and community, and to tell the legislature what resources we need to provide a quality education to our students, and to make clear the consequences when they fail to do so. We have to at least try to hold the line somewhere, and we have to put the accountability back where it belongs, at the feet of the governor and the legislature. I grew up in this district. I saw it when it was at its best, when we had adequate funding, and it was all put to good use. Now I'm not just watching, but being forced to take part in the destruction of the school system that raised me and my peers. I'm watching my own children receiving an education that is worse than the one that I received, despite being in the same community that grew me up. And I object. I will not be complicit in a culture that values profit over people, supposed efficiency over community, savings over solutions, or business over education. I will not abandon my principles or the community that put their trust in me to serve because of the failure of others to do what is right. I am a no vote on this, in case you couldn't tell. And I will continue to be a no vote until it is clear that it is the only option left to us to balance the budget. Regardless of how this vote goes tonight, I would ask everyone who showed up to testify to take your anger and your energy and your passion to the state and tell the legislature and the governor to do their job. Maybe you'll help this fool realize some hope.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. We're going to go to Mr. Shannon.
Yeah, so at the end of the, can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, I honestly haven't seen, I can't see this being a long-term solution. From everything I've heard and from everything I've seen, this maybe will last a year, maybe 2 years. But after that, we're going to need to cut something else, and something else is going to go. And this is not the path that we need to go down on. And from people, I think it was Ms. Julian's comment about UAF contracting out custodial services, and it's proven that they just cannot do as good a job for whatever reason. Reason doesn't really matter, but the fact is that they can't do as good a job as when you have in-house staff. And the other comment about Matsu, how they only lasted 3 years after they contracted out custodial services. I think we need to learn from their mistakes and not make the same mistakes ourselves. So thank you. There's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Miss Maple.
I don't disagree with anything that's been said by anybody up here tonight. I think we're in an impossible situation. Facing a minimum 16 million, more likely 24 million deficit, knowing that we are about to consider closing 5 schools, knowing that there are going to be deep cuts beyond that to administration, to extracurriculars, to every single service that we provide. The cuts are going to hit every single place. And I cannot, I can't justify building that deficit greater than it already is when there is an opportunity that I hate and that goes against my morals as well, that offers an opportunity for this deficit to be slightly smaller and still impossible. I am voting in favor, and I understand what that means in this room.
Thank you, Miss Maple. Is there anything else from the board? Mr. Dorn.
Just listening and appreciate people's comments. But a couple of things that I just wanted to close with is, I think it's been implied or directly connected tonight that contracting out does not really do anything to PTR. They are not connected. And I think it's really important to remember that. And as others have said at length, so I won't go into that, is that it's a standalone. It does not, we are going to have other cuts unless the state invests, but it does not have a direct connection to PTR. And if anybody thinks that this savings saves something in PTR, it's a misnomer. I do want to note that the testimonies we've got, which I think is really important, is that they haven't just been from custodians or people who have been custodians. They've been from teachers, they've been from safety assistants, they've been from other staff members in their school who attest to the fact that it's an educational partnership, and actually one person referenced it as an educational team. And I think we have to remember that and keep that in our sights. When I look at our contracting experience, right now it's with busing. They have not been able to fulfill their contract in 5 years. The contractors before that also struggled to staff. So it's not just a local, it's not just a one company thing, but for the last 5 years, we have not been able to have our busing contract fulfilled. Listening to the presentation from one of the potential vendors, they don't have the wherewithal to fly people up. Actually, the busing company does because of the fact that they have seasonal workers, and some schools start later than we do. And we have some drivers who do seasonal tourist work who come back on, but it's only a Band-Aid for a couple of weeks. And in actuality, we have still had to cut buses while we wait for other drivers to get off seasonal work. Okay. Contracting for custodial does not work that way. People have to move here. They're not places they can just be pulled off. It has stood out to me throughout those work session presentations that UAF noted they had to hire supervisors. Fort Wainwright Military Post noted they had to hire supervisors to monitor the work of their contracted custodials. Matsu talked about the challenge that they needed to supervise the contracted workers. Our district facilities has said they have to maintain supervisors, and when we talk about day custodians will be the quality control. We're giving them supervisory responsibilities. If the job needs, the contractor needs some supervision, why are we hiring them? And they themselves have said that it is our responsibilities. Okay. They do have feedback forms, but it's our responsibilities. They're not guaranteeing it. I do look down the line that we need and will need to invest in our staff for direct student benefit. And with that, we need to advocate. We need to say, this is the education we want for our kids. These are the people we want to work for our kids. And we have to stand up to the state. If they cut us, we will not give the service. We are not giving the service we are capable of. That's on the state. But if I come to the point where I think I'm being short-sighted, I'm making the least bad decision, that's not the right decision for me to make then. I have to stand for our kids, for our educators, and our community, and really what our parents want to get. And then how do we have to problem solve in terms of getting there. So I'm willing to work on that.
Ms. Dulian.
Thank you, President Burnett. I'm going to read a couple things. 2019, last 5 years, 300 jobs cut by this body. Closed 4 neighborhood schools. Class sizes increased. Elementary band and orchestra cut. Elementary art cut. 50% cut to elementary activities, 50% cut to school supply budget, 20% cut to secondary activities, another cut closing district print shop. In the past 20 years, we've had a 23% decline of in-person neighborhood school attendance. Our enrollment is declining in in-person neighborhood schools. We've had a skyrocket of homeschooling students. That enrollment decline has hurt our neighborhood school attendance. We've had an increase in charter schools that have capped class sizes as low as 16. Where in our neighborhood schools, we have kindergarten classes in the district right now that have 31 students in kindergarten with no aid. Okay? I cannot, when we are facing a $16 to $24 million deficit, this administration, this community is asking for us to make certain answers, and they're asking for that leadership now. It's important that we don't say, I wanted my back to be against the wall to make this vote. I was elected to lead, so I'm going to stand up and say that this is not a good vote tonight. I am not proud of this vote tonight. But I read here what I'm also incredibly not proud of. And I cannot fathom finding out of the $16 to $24 million deficit, putting another direct cut that directly will impact our students and their ability to thrive. We have no ability to do anything but a short-sighted solution. And I hope that in 2 years from now, we're sitting in a different spot with Juneau, with a governor that supports education, that supports adequately funding our students, because this is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Up next, we have Colonel Foster.
Hey, so for the folks that cannot see me, Colonel Tim Foster. So I've been listening to the testimony. I've been tuned in the whole evening. Ms. Julian's comments, very well done. Mr. Dorn's comments, very well done. Both sides of this topic are covered very, very well. The testimony, very compelling. A couple things that jumped out to me that I think we've already kind of touched on is the decision right now ready? Is it ready for decision right now? I think there's a lot of facts out there that still need to be laid flat. I just don't know if we'll be able to get there. I can tell you, as a recent person to the Fairbanks area coming in this summer, but I'm not new to Alaska. So I'm an Alaska resident, came here in 2012 down in the Anchorage area in Eagle River. And now my 21-year-old son, who's a student at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, he went to elementary school there. And I will tell you that going to school at that time, and it's one of our favorite places we ever went to school. It was awesome. The schools were amazing. You can tell there was a lot of funding there. And seeing what we're seeing now, it is very, very concerning. So I don't envy the decisions that have to be made. $3 million now, but what are we going to pay later if it does fail? I can tell you from the military, we have contracting professionals. I can tell you that if you don't write that contract ironclad and tight, you could run into some serious troubles. Then the contractor, what we tend to see is a lot of contractors come in low with their bids. And that's very enticing to go with that bid versus the higher quality bid. So then you end up suffering with that respect. And then if you have to go back the other direction and bring back these employees and go the other direction from a contract option, then you're going to pay some more there. I agree with Ms. Julian. The big issue is coming in January with when we have to talk about the school consolidation. That's where the big discussions are going to happen. If I had to vote, if I had a vote that counted, I would go yes. But it is not an easy decision tonight. There's a lot of passion in the room. I think 100% of it needs to be focused at the state legislature. If we had a plane we could charter and put everybody in it and fly down to Juneau and we can go down there together collectively, maybe that would work. But I just felt like I just wanted to chime in and give you another perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Foster. Mrs. Hardy.
This is my third year on this board, and it's also going to be my last. I won't be on this board when you realize what a mistake this action is, and you are forced to reconsider. I am not naive or lacking in the ability to lead or make tough choices. I know that we are going to have to make many deep and very painful cuts this year. Closing schools is just one of them. However, balancing a budget on the backs of our workforce is the wrong choice. We are told that we must live within our means. Those means are the funding we're provided by the federal, state, and local governments that give them to us. Living within our means means providing the services we can afford to offer. Living within our means means that we cut services and not the pay and benefits of our employees. All of the members of this board have jobs. Would you accept for your own wages and benefits to be cut in order to balance your employer's budget or increase their bottom line? Why are our custodial staff expected to make that sacrifice if you're not willing to do the same?
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Mrs. Carol Hubbard.
I'd like to call the question.
So we have a request to call the question. I do believe that takes a vote, if I'm not mistaken. Mrs. Poland, would you please call the vote to call the question?
Ms. Charlie?
Yes, Mr. Dorn, speak to your point of order.
This is a item of real importance that people for the community, and I would just want to make sure that everyone has had even at least a closing comment. We've all had a chance to speak, except for yourself on this particular one, but that everyone has that chance and maybe a closing comment. And then we have not spent that much time on it. So I think it's too soon to call the question. It cuts off what our community deserves.
Question to administration. The question has been called. We have an objection to such. Do we vote it, request to still vote it up or down? Is that how this works?
Yes, unless there's any other debate.
There's been no second either.
And there's been no second. So for lack of a second, calling the question fails. So now we will move on to more board comments. Is there anything else from anyone else on the board? Mr. Burgess.
We all know how I feel. And I just want to go back to the fact that there's general agreement that this is a short-sighted solution. And we have a responsibility to, as a board, to plan forward, to look ahead. If we make this decision now and things change, we have a more friendly legislature or governor in 2 years, that's too late for these people. That's 2 years too late. We'll have already affected people's retirement, their wages and benefits. We'll see people leaving. And who's going to want to come back when we've cut them like that anyway? I agree it's short-sighted, and I think for that reason, and for the uncertainties involved in this number, I'm begging you to someone to join us and voting this down.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Ms. Hardy.
I move to table until we have more information and a better outlook of our budget.
Second.
So there has been a motion to table. So we will call for the vote. If you agree to table for a later date, the vote is yes. If you want to do the vote tonight, vote no. Is that clear for everybody? Mrs. Poland, would you please call the vote?
Miss Charlie,
Yes.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mr. Foster, or sorry, Colonel Foster, Colonel Foster, can you hear us? Your vote, we're voting on if we should table it or not. Miss Dillian,
No.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
No.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
No.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
motion failed.
We will now bring it back to the board for more discussion. Is there anything else from the board in regards to contracting of custodial services? Seeing none, do we need to bring the motion back to the floor? We go back to the original. So we go back to the original motion. Mrs. Hardy? Okay, I apologize. Okay, so then we will move on to the vote. Mrs. Poland, would you please call the vote on contracting custodial services? For the public, a yes will contract out services, a no will not.
Colonel Foster,
No.
Miss Charlie,
No.
Mr. Shannon,
No.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Miss Dillian,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Hardy,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
motion carried.
And with that, the board will take a 10-minute recess. I'd like to call the school board meeting back to order. We are now back from recess.
And move to suspend the rules to finish our business tonight.
Second.
Fantastic. Rules have been suspended so that we may carry on with the rest of our agenda. Next, we're going to move into our information and reports. Up first is our resolution 2025-11 honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. School Board Resolution 2025-11 honors Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and proclaims the week of January 2025 as a time for teachers and students to conduct special studies of Dr. King's life and achievements and to safely engage in service activities throughout the Fairbanks-North Star Borough and School District. Mr. Doran, would you please read the resolution?
My pleasure. Resolution 2025-11, honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Whereas the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District envisions excellence and equity for all, and whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. also dreamed of an outstanding education for all children, and whereas Dr. King believed education transmitted the accumulated knowledge of the human race as well as the accumulated experience of social living, and whereas Dr. King dedicated his life to justice, equality, and service for the greater good, and whereas the principles, oratory, and achievements of Dr. King are worthy of emulation, and whereas the third Monday in January, a national holiday since 1983, has become known as a day of service by which to honor Dr. King's legacy, and whereas the day of service empowers individuals, strengthens communities, bridges barriers, creates solutions to social problems, and moves us closer to Dr. King's vision of a beloved community. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education honors Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. by proclaiming the week of January 20th, 2025 as a time for teachers and students to conduct special studies of Dr. King's life and achievements and to safely engage in service activities throughout the Fairbanks North Star Borough and School District.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Is there any conversation from the board on this? Moving on, we will go into student. Sorry, Mr. Doran.
I just wanted to comment that if anybody has a chance when they're in Washington, D.C., to go to the Dr. Martin Luther King Memorial, it is an experience that I think will stay with you. It is a tremendous contribution to our country there.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we will move into Student Support Services. Executive Director of Student Support Services, Bree Gray, will provide a report on her department. The floor is yours, Bree, when you are ready.
Thank you so much. All right, my name is Brianna Gray, and I am the Executive Director of Student Support Services. And we thank you for having us. We always appreciate when we can come talk about our programs. I have some of our program directors and coordinators here to briefly talk about our programs. And we welcome all of you to schedule some time after the new year to come also talk a little bit more in depth about our programs and possibly even come see them in action. Here is a slide of our organizational chart, and this just demonstrates the depth of programs that we have. Student Support Services provides services district-wide. I think that's important to know as well. And some of our programs include grants and partnerships, 21st century after-school programs, Alaska Native education, migrant education, foster care, McKinney-Vento, Title I, school improvement, and wellness and prevention. Our program coordinator for Alaska Native Education couldn't be here today. Her name is Erin Gibson. So I'm going to talk about A&E. A&E is grant funded and has some general fund dollars. Majority of our budget is towards staffing, and so we have staffing throughout the district. We have tutors, cultural enrichment specialists, and we have elders in our schools as well. Our current enrollment is 1,463 students, and once students enroll by submitting this is called a 506 form, they are enrolled for their entire duration that they are with us in the district. Some of the services that we provide in A&E is Native Youth Olympics, tutoring, summer learning, school supply support, family engagement. And one of the celebrations that we have had for the last 3 years is our partnership with the University of Alaska Fairbanks, where we celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. This year was a lot of fun. We had planned for 20 students to be in our necklace making activity, and we had 80 people show up, including elders. And so it was just a really beautiful experience, and we look forward to continuing that partnership.
Hi, my name is Crystal Narrow, and I'm the program coordinator for migrant education here for the Fairbanks North Scarborough School District. Our migrant ed program is funded through a federal pass-through grant. We serve over 600 children in the Fairbanks North Scarborough, ranging from birth to 20 years old. Migrant ed is designed to meet the needs of students whose migrant activities may disrupt their educational opportunities. So with the ultimate goal of helping overcome or remove barriers for the end goal of them graduating high school. So our program has one program coordinator, we have 2 family engagement assistants, and we have several classroom tutors that are spread across our district in the schools. The program provides tutoring, we help support the Battle of the Books. We partner with UAF with swim lessons and other summer camps, including spring and fall. We help with school supplies and transportation needs, and it just kind of varies depending upon what the needs are of our families at the time. To be eligible for the migrant program, there are obviously in certain situations specific details, but generally speaking, families or students, children need to fish, crab, shrimp, berry pick, or commercial log for at least 7 nights, 8 days outside of the Fairbanks North Scarborough. Those days can be consecutive or non-consecutive. It is not an income-based program, and families can apply online on our website. We also have paper applications available as well. We have families come into to the schools and fill them out, or come up to our office here at the ADC. And I brought some paper applications and some brochures and some stickers in the back if you guys would like to grab some. And we do have some jobs of vacancies for some classroom tutors in several of our schools as well. So if anybody's interested, that is on the Fairbanks North Scarborough School District website. Thank you.
Mrs. Hardy.
For migrant ed, and it's not so much a question. I kind of want you went through how people qualify and all of that, and I learned about your program a couple weeks ago more in depth of what it provides and just how we receive funding. And so the 7 days and all of that is really accessible. So if I were to go to Chitna and dip net for 3 days and then go halibut fish and berry pick in Denali, my family would qualify as long as it was 7 days or 8 days, 7 nights, right?
Yes, there are specific other details, like you need to use whatever you harvest or what you catch at least once a week, and it needs to offset your family's subsistence, right? And so that's where those finer details come into play, and specific for each migrant trip is what they call migrant move.
And you have people who help you go through the application. So it's not like a free and reduced lunch application. It's much more accessible
Absolutely. We do not approve. It's the state of Alaska. So we help facilitate that and get that there, and then they make that eligibility based upon specific information that we gather from the families.
And then anyone who qualifies for migrant ed also qualifies for free and reduced lunch?
Yes.
So if that application is a barrier, or maybe they don't feel like providing that financial information through a free and reduced lunch application, this would be a way for families to qualify?
As long as they meet all of those criteria.
Do
You
all
bet.
the things. I was shocked learning that my own family would qualify, because we do a lot of those things Alaskan families do. We go out, we berry pick, we dip net, especially dip netting. And then one of the things, though, that I always thought, well, I don't want to take away something my family's doing all right. These services should really be for students who need them. But that's actually wrong, right? That thinking. I can keep going if I'm making it harder for you. And that,
No, I just don't want to say if it's right or it's wrong. But yes, the program is not limited due to income based. So that is not a contributing factor to eligibility. So that is on the families to make that decision if it's a program that they would like to.
So if my family were to sign up, though, that would increase funding for your program, because every person that qualifies increases the amount of federal funding that comes in. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that it depends on the time that you are become eligible, because we just completed our fall recruitment that ended on November 15th, which will determine our funding for next year. So if any new families become eligible, that does not go towards next school year.
Yep, but if I were to do it early enough, so if more families were to apply in the funding window, that could increase the ability for McKinney-Vento to provide services and more robust services.
Not McKinney-Vento, migrant education.
Sorry, I read off the screen and I meant
That's
migrant
okay.
ed. Yep.
That's okay.
This is kind of my pitch to say I was really impressed learning about migrant ed and all of the services they offer, the tutoring, the books, swim lessons, and all of that isn't based on your income, and no one's going to judge you one way or another, and that it actually is better the more people who do qualify, that if they apply in that window, it helps everybody.
You bet.
So for those hopefully still listening, migrant ed is an amazing program. And they're going to come and present at the diversity committee soon and say the same thing. And more people should be aware of how you qualify, and that so many Fairbanksans and people who live in our borough likely qualify. And it can only help.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm very
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Miss Charlie.
All my questions were answered. Thank you.
Is there any further questions or comments from the board? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Ms. Gray and Ms. Narrow.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Taylor, and I'm the McKinney-Vento and Foster Care Program Coordinator for the district. So I'm first going to tell you a little bit about our McKinney-Vento program. McKinney-Vento program is a program that supports students and families that are in some sort of transitional living or housing situation. Our funding sources include McKinney-Vento Title I funds, as well as a McKinney-Vento subgrant, and then some general funding. The funding supports 0.5 program coordinator. So my position is split 0.5 McKinney-Vento, 0.5 foster care. Our McKinney-Vento subgrant also supports a full-time family engagement assistant that works within the McKinney-Vento program. So as I mentioned, the McKinney-Vento program is really to remove barriers for students and families that are experiencing transitional housing. And so really our goal is to make sure these students are receiving the same access to education and extracurricular activities that all other students do. So some of those services include transportation, which is a big thing for a lot of our transitional students. So we support students with transportation by rerouting school buses. We provide taxis for families, reimburse families based on mileage with gas cards, as well as city bus passes. We can support families with clothing, vouchers, and winter gear needs. We support families with laundry vouchers, laundry soap, as well as access to shower facilities at a local laundromat. Hygiene supplies, we have a pantry here at the district building with basic hygiene supplies that families can come in when they're in times of need and get basic things, as well as a small snack pantry. Families who qualify for McKinney-Vento get immediate access to free school meals, and that's a really quick process. So as soon as a family is enrolled, a student has access to free breakfast and lunch essentially that day. School enrollment support. So our families who qualify for McKinney-Vento, we don't require all the same documentation that we may require to enroll other students. If a family qualifies and they're in transitional housing, we don't require all of those documentations. We want to get them enrolled and in classes right away. And then fee waivers. So we can help support families that may be experiencing a hardship in transition with any fee waivers for things like field trips or class fees or fines to participate in CTE classes, things like that. So our current enrollment right now, as of this week for McKinney-Vento, we have 207 students enrolled in the program. Families requalify every school year, so this is a new count every school year. We start enrolling them as soon as we come back in August. We also have 25 students that have been enrolled and then transferred out. That could be students that have also transferred into foster care. So a big celebration for the McKinney-Vento program over this year and the past year really has been the addition of our family engagement assistant, with the coordinator position being split, only 0.5 McKinney-Vento, 0.5 foster care. Really, that family engagement assistant is able to really meet the needs of our students and our families quickly between the two positions, and families are able to have quick access to services that they need.
Okay, questions from the board. Ms. Maple, I have you first.
It's not actually a question, but you know, we're obviously, whether we want to be or not, already in budget season, and you know, one of the things that comes up a lot is whether or not administration is taking hits like everybody else. And this program, which my family has benefited from under your predecessor, Ms. Scott, that, you know, the things you're describing are not the work of one person, that this is another example of our district employees going to great lengths to accomplish an unreal job, but that it's at every single level. And this is a program that means a great deal to me. And I'm super impressed that you guys are able to continue pulling through, even when you're facing all of the cuts that everybody else is across the district. So thank you for taking that position and being there to support all of our kids that are experiencing homelessness or in the foster care system.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much. I have a lean question. If people from the community want to support the McKinney-Vento program, I'm a member of Rotary, and I know that we've supported McKinney-Vento. I've done some different things this summer to help support McKinney-Vento. Are there ways that people could make donations or support you directly?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a McKinney-Vento club account between donations that we receive. The Retired Teachers Association often makes pretty large donations to our club account. And those club account funds are really beneficial to our families because we have a little bit more flexibility about how we spend those. So the needs of our McKinney-Vento students are really unique, right? Not all students receive the same services, and we're really basing it on what that student and what that family needs at that time. So with those extra club account funds, we're able to, you know, be creative on how we spend those and how we support the unique needs of those students.
Follow up, Ms. Julian?
Just a follow-up comment. I want to thank you for, similar to our Walk to Read program, where kids, I don't see a lot of our students feeling a stigma around having a certain ability. I am close friends with a family who's a part of this program, was experiencing homelessness, and the students in particular never felt like there was a stigma. And so thank you for being thoughtful, being kind, and putting those treating those families and those students with the care and respect and dignity. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Is there any other comments or questions? Ms. Charlie?
Do you have a breakdown? You said your enrolled is 207. Do you have like an estimated breakdown between primary and secondary grades?
Have brought some numbers with me. Quickly here, we have. Are looking for a secondary, just high school. Just at the high school level? Okay. 40, 50, about 60 at the secondary level. Split up between, let's see, 40, 50, about 55 at the middle school level, 6-8.
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions from the board? Okay.
All right, so next I will give you a little bit information on our foster care program. So as I mentioned, my position is .5 McKinney-Vento, .5 foster care program coordinator. And with that, that's out of the general fund. With some funding, we do have an MOA with the Office of Children's Services. Transportation for students in foster care is set up by me, and the Office of Children's Services reimburses us monthly to offset some of those costs. So that is a support for those high transportation costs with the taxis. So similar to McKinney-Vento, our foster care program, we're really working to eliminate any barriers for students that are in foster care. A big piece of that is keeping students in foster care at their school of origin. So working if they are moving different placements, having to either be removed from their home or a current foster home. We really want to keep those students in their school of origin to keep that school stability. And so with that, we're working with the schools, with the Office of Children's Services to meet transportation needs is a big piece of that. But also just really considering what's in their best interest and taking into all those factors. So, I'm in constant communication with my point of contact at the Office of Children's Services, as well as all of their caseworkers daily. And really, again, holding a lot of those best interest determination meetings. Those are facilitated by me through the district to ensure that kids aren't switching schools without a meeting being held to ensure that they have that school stability. So currently we have 156 students enrolled in foster care, and that is just foster care with the Office of Children's Services. This is not including tribal foster care. And just overall, a big celebration between the school district and the Office of Children's Services is just having that joint guidance that says that both entities need to have a point of contact. It's really just benefited the students in foster care. The school district has updated information. We're able to give the Office of Children's Services updated information quickly, which ultimately benefits our students.
Ms. Charlie?
You kind of answered my question because I was going to say the number seems kind of low for our borough.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason you don't? Do you partner with TCC for their tribal ICWA program?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. I work with the TCC caseworkers as well. I work with them to get tribal paperwork to ensure that students in tribal care are also getting access to free and reduced breakfast and lunch. So we partnership there to make sure they have access in Power School as well. Any youth that are in tribal care with their caseworker or their tribal worker. And then communication between them and nutrition services too, to streamline that process.
Any other questions? Seeing none.
Yep.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sheena Cummings, and I'd like to tell you a little bit tonight about how acquiring and managing grants and partnerships helps our district provide a supportive learning environment. Both positions focused on this work are funded by the general fund, and I'm the director. I've got 8 years experience in this role, and our specialist is Britt Larson, and she's got 7 years experience in this role. And the work that we do, acquiring and managing grants and partnerships, it looks like researching funders and funding opportunities that our district is eligible to apply for. And once we find those, we share them with the executive directors and we summarize the funding opportunity and we ask the same 2 questions. We say, are there needs that this grant funding could address? And is there capacity to implement additional resources at this time? So when we get a yes and yes on those 2 questions, then we either lead or assist on the grant application development efforts. And then once we get that grant application plan ready to go, with all grant application plans, we send it through the review and approval process, just to ensure that all these grant plans are aligned with the strategic priorities and that the requests are all coordinated and not duplicated. And then once the grant plans are approved, we'll send those off to a funder and we'll wait. And then we get notified, yes, your district's application was approved. So then we'll either lead or assist implementing that grant plan. And then sometimes the funder will say, I'm so sorry, thank you for submitting, but your application was not selected. So we'll do our best to find out why it wasn't selected. And then we'll get our planning team together and reevaluate that grant plan. And then we'll decide whether we should resubmit to that funder, that same funder, or a different funder later on. And then we're constantly participating in high quality grant management training so that we can provide assistance to other grant managers to make sure that we're all managing and implementing this funding effectively and efficiently and addressing needs. And our programs don't have student enrollment, but collectively all these grants have an impact on all students. And the one grant in particular that I'd like to celebrate with you here tonight is the School Hydroponics Systems Grant. It's funded by congressionally directed spending, and very soon participating schools will receive their school hydroponics systems, and then the participating educators there will receive training on how to operate them. So thank you for your time.
Any questions? Ms. Julian.
Can you talk a little bit more about the school hydroponic systems grant? Like how many did we get and where are they going to be? And yeah, thank you.
7 schools are participating.
That's great. Are they elementary?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
And 1 high school.
Great, great. And I also want to say for the record, I do this type of work professionally. And I understand there's always a desire to say that, why don't we get a grant to pay for the grants and partnership staff? And I understand the reality that that's oftentimes not even possible because of restrictions that we receive on grants. So thank you for what you do with 2 people. That's a lion's share of work. So thank you for generating revenue for our district.
It's my pleasure.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jenny Randall, and I am the ESEA Program Compliance Coordinator. And we wanted to talk a little bit about our school improvement designations. It's part of the DEED accountability system. So we have ATSI and CSI schools. ATSI stands for the Additional Targeted Support and Improvement. CSI is Comprehensive Support and Improvement. And these are both pass-through grants. This year, 2023, 2024, we have 2 CSI schools, and these are ongoing. That was a 3-year designation based on the 22 graduation rates. It's ALS and Effie Cochrane. ALS, if you're not familiar, is the Alternative Learning Systems, which is really a group of programs, which includes Star of the North, CEC, the SMART program, and the YES programs. Those together create ALS. Our ATSI schools for this year are Best and Hunter. They did come out with designations for next year, and so these schools go into a planning year for next year. Our CSI schools actually is a continuation, ALS and Effie Cochrane, because they are in year 2 of a 3-year implementation, so next year is their 3rd year, and then they might be, exited out of that depending on their graduation rates. Our ATSI schools next year are Ryan, Two Rivers, and the BEST program for targeted support and improvement for particular subgroups of students. And so this year is their planning year for that. Currently, the enrollment, if you just combine the students at those schools, is a little over 1,300. I'd like to note a celebration really is that Hunter is coming off of ATSI status next year. They're currently in ATSI status, but next year they will not be based on their assessments last spring. And I'm really just celebrating that and highlighting that because Hunter has been an ATSI school for many, many years now. So this is great news for them. Even though it is, these designations do come with some funding, which nobody wants to turn down additional funding. But there is a lift in that accountability, and there's a certain burden about implementing these grant funds. ALS, BEST, and Effie Cochrane are really leveraging their funds in terms of improving family engagement, professional development, and extended opportunities for students and staff. So we do use these grant funds wisely, and it makes a difference for the students. Any questions on ATSI, CSI? Good.
Ms. Charlie.
So how much are you talking about for this current school year?
Each school gets $25,000 to implement per year.
Follow up, Ms. Charlie? No? Any other? Ms. Julian.
Yeah, I'm a little curious why BEST homeschooling we're leveraging grant funds to improve family engagement and provide extended professional development opportunities for staff. Can you talk a little bit more about why they qualified for the school improvement process to the extent that you're able to?
Right, they're qualifying based on the accountability system. So the assessments that are taken in the spring, so the AK STAR assessments essentially. And so particular subgroups of BEST students are scoring at a level that sort of puts them into this school improvement category designation. And family engagement, they've used their grant funds actually for a lot of communication outreach for families. And so being able to apply those grant funds for pretty extensive like the Calendly and and other outreach for families, so that because students don't do well in BEST if they're out of contact with those education specialists.
Follow up, Ms. Julian.
Yeah, I realize that it might not be you might not be the appropriate person to answer this because you're providing the support systems. But we keep hearing that students in BEST outperform students in homeschooling, outperform in-person school students all the time. So that's a little concerning to me that we have to put BEST into a school improvement plan.
I would
and let me clarify that we hear that from not in this district. We hear that from the governor, from people who are making decisions about funding education. So I think that's an important thing to talk about, to shine a light on a little.
And each of the schools on the Department of Education's website, they have the very extensive those school report cards. And that's where you can dig into all the specifics of how all the subgroups are performing at each of these schools and what's sort of triggering these designations.
Miss Charlie.
I guess I could look this up, but the 1,300 students, is that, how many students are in Best? And I'm guessing a majority of the enrolled are from Best and Hunter, correct?
Yeah, I suppose if we were to add up ALS, FE, Best, and Hunter, yeah, I believe that's, I just got those numbers off of Power School and added them up and got about 1,300 for those 4 schools for this year.
And you said ALS is using the funding for what?
Let's see, Alternative Learning Systems is also using their funding, yeah, for additional professional development and family outreach.
Any other questions from the board? Not seeing any. Thank you.
And another piece that I work a lot with and help facilitate is our Title I funding with our Title I schools. Specifically, again, it's a federal pass-through grant. So we have 8 Title I schools this year, and they're all school-wide programs: Anween, Arctic Light, Denali, Hunter, Ryan, Tickasick Brown, Two Rivers, and University Park. And so they can provide supplemental support using their Title I funds. And we list several items here: staffing, professional development, and supplies. I would emphasize that the more than 80% and closer to 90% of that funding is actually going towards staffing at all of these schools. Additional tutors, instructional coaches. The enrollment at all of our Title I schools is a little over 2,600 students, which a little division, and that's almost 22% of all of our enrollment in the district. Parent engagement is also really important in Title I schools. So besides the adding staffing, Title I comes with a lot of requirements in terms of ensuring positive family engagement. And so the schools have extensive family engagement plans. They have family engagement activities that have to be linked directly to student learning and really working with those families. And they appreciate that extra funding to focus on those families, and that's what it's used for. And then to celebrate, I would celebrate that for 3 years running now, we've had a National ESEA Distinguished School. This year it's Tickasick Brown. Last year Arctic Light applied and was recognized. And the year before that, Denali. And if you haven't had a chance to see the Tickasick Brown video that just got posted on the Facebook page, which will be shown nationally at the ESEA conference in February, just highlighting the work that they're doing and the positive impact they're making on student learning there.
Any questions? Seeing none.
All right, I'm going to briefly speak about wellness and prevention. Student Support Services, we have myself, the Executive Director of Student Support Services, and a Prevention Intervention Specialist who work district-wide with all of our schools. We're the point of contact and collaboration with teaching and learning for our counselors, our behavior intervention staff, our prevention intervention staff, and our social service managers. And we help assist with the technical parts of grant funding that we receive for wellness and prevention. Excuse me. Some of the services that we provide when we're the point of contact is making sure that we're planning meetings for all the staff to gather, do professional development. We're the point of contact if a school has a need that they aren't able to fill at their school. One of the celebrations that I would like to share is Red Ribbon Week. This year's theme is Life as a Movie, where we talk about drug-free schools. And then also positive phone calls. Student Support Services was able to, before school started, contact we made almost 1,000 phone calls with 1,000 families. So that was really awesome to see if there was any support that they needed before coming to school. And so there were individuals who needed support with school supplies, they needed support with transportation, or they just wanted to feel connected to somebody and talk to somebody about what that experience looks like. And that built a lot of connections for families to continue to reach out if they have a need to be able to get to school. So that's what we have for wellness and prevention. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? Seeing none.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Weaver. I'm the program director for the 21st Century Community Learning Center after school programs for the Fairbanks North Scarborough School District. For the sake of this presentation, I'll call it ASP, or 21st Century Programs. I also serve as our statewide mentor for the 21st Century other program directors in the state directly through the Department of Education. Our programs are funded through the 21st Century Community Learning Center grant. It's a competitive 5-year grant. It's also funded through our general fund, which are complementary to our grant funding. So we fund our positions through the grant at the main core there, that we have 7 full-time employees. It covers part of my position, our development coordinator, we have a records manager, and we're able to fund with the grant 140 temporary staff that directly service our students. We also use the general fund to accommodate our Elementary Academy of Science and Technology. So that covers a summer program here in the district. Our programming runs Monday through Thursday, 2 hours immediately following the school day. All programs have snack, structured physical activity. We offer academics and enrichment activities for all students. Our programs really focus on increasing academic success in the reading, writing, math, and social emotional learning. These programs are free for families who are enrolled, and we really work hard to honor the students' social and emotional needs. We use nationally recognized Weikart Center the Weikart Center's Pyramid of Program Quality to be able to offer for our students. We utilize internal and external partnerships to be able to program for family engagement and program services. We work really closely with the Food Nutrition Services, Title I for transportation needs. We work with Special Education Department, Alaska Native Education Department, a lot of work with the University of Alaska Museum of the North, and then recently with Danakanaga. We are a structured and supportive environment that our students are the ones that get to pick what we get to do in program. We really utilize that student voice and choice and honor that what students want or what our teachers will teach in programming. We will do the first 45 minutes of their programming for academics, and then they get about 45 minutes to explore enrichment-based opportunities specific to like the STEM related field. A few things that we have going on in program right now are fencing, beading, sewing, 3D printing, which is the picture kind of on the screen there. Readers Theater, students really wanted babysitting prep last year, so we implemented that. We have a Spanish club that blends in our hydroponic systems at Ann Ween, and we've really focused on Alaskan-focused enrichment classes throughout our programs this year. We currently have 511 active students between our 7 sites, 5 of which are Title I schools. We're at Ann Ween Elementary, Denali Elementary, Hunter Elementary, Tickasick Brown Elementary, Weller Elementary, Ryan Middle School, and Lathrop High School. Lathrop High School's numbers look a little bit different there. We are able to offer drop-in services for all students, so they might not have to traditionally qualify for program. So when we counted them up, there were 216 additional students that were able to utilize the services at Lathrop. We call it Lathrop After the Bell, or Lab. We also have the East Summer Program, and that is able to be funded for 80 students. And our ratios for these programs are 1 adult or 1 teacher to every 10 students, real small class sizes. We were able to blend our carryover funding last summer to be able to support our last East Summer Camp in summer of 2024 to have 174 students enrolled in the program, which was a really incredible opportunity. That means there's 17 teachers on site, 8 program assistants, a really well-utilized program, and a lot of students were able to benefit from that blending of general fund and 21st century funds. Our celebration is specifically to our academic improvements, and I wanted to highlight that at the beginning of our grant cycles, we put out performance indicators that say we're going to do this, and these are 2 of the indicators that we've noted. We said that we would, our goal would be to improve by 45% our regular attendees, which would be students that participate in our programs 30 days or more, that their academic state assessments in math would be improved by 45%, so things on the AK star. And from our most recent data that we pulled for our local evaluation, those students, we met that goal at 91.6%. And then when it comes to the ELA, the English Language Arts assessments, we were able to raise those to 93.2%. I would also like to recognize that that is not after-school programs alone. There's a lot of incredible work happening during the school day, and our school day teachers, our internal educators are staying and extending their school days to further support the needs of these students. So I want to really honor that it is blended. Our after school support, those numbers on the board are not just with 21st century funds, but really a greater depth to what is happening in our district at this moment in time. In closing, I'd just like to say that I'm a product of this district and a product of the program myself. And I was able to work as a high school student worker. And then when I went at Denali, and then when I went to work at Lathrop High School, I got to work for the Lathrop After the Bell program. And as the director, I've just seen like the statewide impact and specifically our community-wide impact that students and staff are able to benefit from smaller class sizes and connections. And if anyone would like to come see any of our programs, we can schedule those through Mrs. Richardson at any time. And then any community members that are listening, there's a lot of opportunities to be able to participate in our programs, whether it's volunteering your time or visiting programs or coming in and working in our programs directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there questions from the board? Miss Charlie.
For all the kids served, is there any transportation provided if the families don't have transportation?
That's a great question. We are happy to work with Title I, and one of the requirements of 21st Century Funds is to offer equitable transportation for students, so they can consider it door-to-door transportation. So in short, yes, we do have buses available for families to be able to utilize, and some of our schools even have 2 buses to be able to get them home a little quicker in the evenings too.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Burgess.
And I apologize because this isn't actually a question about 21st century. I wasn't quick enough on the draw a little bit ago, and I do have a question about Title I. I don't want to make anyone get out of their seats, so it's hopefully a simple question, and I hope that it's not something that I just missed. But when the slide says that it supports schools with a high percentage of economically disadvantaged students. And I'm just wondering what that percentage is specifically and who sets that percentage. Apologies again, I should have been quicker.
We, our Title I schools, the economically disadvantaged is based on the free and reduced lunch counts, is what we're using. And then we have to go through a process of ranking all of our schools based on those counts. And then we have to, a Title I school has to have typically at least 40% free and reduced lunch counts to even be considered. So 40% and higher is typically what we use. But there's some other qualifying items that we can do. You know, we can concentrate on elementary, for example, or particular grade spans.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah, that's helpful. Yeah.
Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. It sounds like we're at general questions.
Yep.
Now, so, and these are perhaps even more to the administration, superintendent in particular. One of my questions is funding sources, and I really like the way the department has listed out everything. So a lot of grant sources, which are not things that we will deal with in the budget. But there's also some significance, although in the big budget, small amounts, but from general funds, operating funds. When we look at budget considerations, I'm assuming some of that is to meet grant requirements for matching funds, but some of it is not, that we have decided to try, because these are all good programs. I'm not looking to cut any of them, but we have to make hard choices. We may need to cut services. So could you give us a sense of the budget, the general fund considerations we'll need to keep in mind as we look at budget?
Without specific details and specific programs, I'm not sure that I can, but once we get into budget, we can certainly have those conversations. But what you stated is correct in that there's oftentimes a matching component from the district to either gain the grant or maintain the grant. And so that there has to be some kind of hard dollars from the district as a support of the grant process. Mini grants also supplement what the district is doing rather than supplanting it. And so there's a lot of grant requirements that you can't take the grant funding and put it in place of what you're already doing. It's on top of what you're already doing to provide additional services. There are areas, that we'll look at through the budget process, and we're still going through this process with our department heads of looking at areas that we can offset certain salaries or offset certain programs that is allowable within the grant, because we do try to be as creative as we can in terms of offsetting partial salaries with grant funds that would then reduce that general dollar ask from the budget. So if we can get into details once the budget cycle starts, we will certainly do that. And that's the process that we're in right now with Bree and her team to see if there's areas that we can use additional grants to cut down on the general fund dollars we've used in the past.
Any other questions? Oh, Mr. DeGraw.
Yeah, just to add to Dr. Miner's question or response to the question, the relatively small dollar amount as a percentage of the overall general fund budget, it's just like the rest of our district, it's highly personnel weighted, right? We've heard testimony from other members in the department. Many of them are split between different programs, talking about the services that these folks, many times one person is providing to a whole segment of our student population. And so certainly if we were to make meaningful reductions, what Dr. Miner just said is 100% correct, matches, but then beyond that, the investment the district is making, we'd have to, for any meaningful reduction, we'd have to eliminate people, and that would directly impact the services. We'd experience a pile-on effect to the folks remaining, and then certainly services to students would be impacted, and highly vulnerable students in some cases. So those reductions would be difficult. Certainly we can make any reduction that we look at, but those would be some very difficult reductions.
I want to say thank you for both those comments, but I think it highlights what we did tonight. We're impacting people, we're cutting services, and these are one of the things, I'm not saying in this department, but as we go forward. So it's helpful, particularly with grants and the public knowing that they are things we cannot, they're not in our budget consideration, the grants themselves, but also there are matches in order to get that. So in some cases, we're giving a very small percentage to get millions of dollars. We might give $100,000 or less, in some cases, to get $1 million in a grant. So, so I wanted to bring that to the fore, but yet we do have some wherewithal that there may be some impacts on that on the budget. And I have one other question.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
And then this is, again, to the superintendent, but it relates to this department because a lot of the information, and actually, I guess it's also to Charlie as FNA Executive Director, because from the point of view that one of the things that I valued and learned a lot from as a board member, and this, I will say, was pre-COVID, was part of the implementation agreement between the district and FNA is they both were agreeing to provide services, particularly to Alaska Native students, and trying to help them successful. Some of our programs that we heard about tonight are specifically for Alaska Native students. Others include them in a lot of different aspects. And the idea was to be able to try and meet on a regular basis to share information and efforts on both sides. And I know I found that extremely important and valuable as a board member when we did that, learning about some of the services from FNA, learning as also FNA exchange or in the district exchange services impacting Alaska Native students with the TCC staff. So it was a nice combination, and it was just kind of that coordination of services along the question that was asked earlier about working in the foster care program. That TCC is involved with that, and Ms. Charlie is knowledgeable about that and brought it to the fore. So is there some plan perhaps, or I could just say maybe I don't need an answer, but I would say I would encourage that we continue those, at least an annual meeting. It was done in the spring, but I think it really brought forth a lot of the efforts that are being done, particularly by the district and FNA, but within our community for Alaska Native students. So I think that was a very good conversation point. That was really part of that agreement, and would encourage that it be picked up again.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that will take us to our final item for tonight, our school consolidation framework. Assistant Superintendent Kate LaPlante and Chief Operations Officer Andy DeGraw will provide the report.
Yeah, we're just going to get set up on the computer screen here. All right. So thank you very much for inviting us here. Our purpose tonight is to kind of give an overview, a high-level understanding of how we got to a framework that is guiding the development of the school district's consolidation plan that we will put before you in January. So this is sort of a preamble to the presentations that we'll be providing you beginning January 6th and kind of going throughout January. So included in tonight's, oops, it's having a life of its own all of a sudden, sorry. Yeah, I don't want it to play. I want it to let me advance the slides. So we're going to talk about the framework, and we're going to talk about how we developed the framework, the timeline here. So in the column here where it says phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's the timeline with which these things have been developed. And then the actual box to the side where it says school consolidation framework, that's the framework that was created. So we're going to talk about how this was built and the community engagement that we participated in to create this.
And then the next slide talks about just kind of gives an overview of our guiding principles. So 4 main bullet points there. First, we're looking at grounding the work that we're doing in our needs, the needs of our school district, aligning with the strategic plan. That's somewhat of a challenge. We're kind of going off of what we have, what we know we have now, while at the same time we're redoing the strategic plan. So informed by our community, that's been kind of a focal point, making sure that we're getting feedback and input from a variety of different stakeholders around the community.
I'm sorry, are we the slide before, or did we move slides?
Back. There we go. Yep, that one. Yep, informed by our community. And then we're focusing on long-term sustainability and, of course, the quality of the educational programming, determining that programming, how do we want our education to look going forward in our schools, and then making sure we make facility-related decisions based on how we envision that education being delivered. And then the next slide. So this just kind of talks about the sequence of events. First of all, setting up the community facility team. We have a slide that talks about that here in a little bit, but looking at the committee that's kind of guiding the framework and setting the framework of our facility decision process. We established that. and then administration from the framework that is established by that committee, has been established by that committee, administration taking that framework, generating considerations based on the factors within the framework, and then administration subsequently coming up with a specific recommended plan that we will be delivering to the Board of Education the beginning of January.
So phase one began last spring, and many of you may have participated in it. We had partnered with Ed Elements, and they did a number of focus groups and different surveys. There was sometimes it was multiple people meeting with them. They had them at Lathrop, at West Valley, and North Pole. Sometimes it was just a few people or one-on-one. So that was where we gathered a lot of input. And then this fall, we began looking at that input with additional focus groups and narrowing that down and filtering it into what we created for the framework. So in that process, gathering community feedback, there was 3,182 students, parents, guardians, community members, teachers, staff members, administrators, and board members who participated in that feedback, participation, and strategic planning surveys. We had 150 constituents participate in focus groups. Many people wear multiple hats. They're a parent, they're also a community member, they're also an employee. We had 26 focus groups, which I think Ed Element said was one of the largest numbers of focus groups that they've held for these things. Sometimes it's 10 or fewer, so we had a large number of focus groups. They were here multiple times. 5 focus groups prioritized presentations from specific subgroups and demographics, and we had 1 focus group that was conducted with the high school students specifically.
And then in phase 2, the community facility team that I referenced earlier, that committee convened, and one of their main purposes was to evaluate that feedback. Before we get there, actually, let's look, next slide, look at the makeup of the team. It was 19 total team members. There were 6 community members, 1 borough representative, 1 state house representative. Then there were 5 parents, 5 administrators, 3 current board members, 2 future board members, then 3 teachers and 2 principals. So that was pretty broad cross-section of the community represented on that team. They met 4 times between August 30th and October 30th for a total of 9 hours. And then the project team had also met 12 times for a total of 12 hours since June. And the main purpose, one of the main purposes, not all purposes, but one of the main ones, was for that community facility team to review the feedback that was received from all of the different ways that Ms. LaPlante described, and to then establish a framework going forward.
So one of the things that was considered during that community feedback and then trying to decide how would this work into the framework was the educational goals or educational direction for the district in consideration for how might that impact consolidation. So there was definitely a lot of support for considering different grade banding options, but there didn't turn out to be a lot of support to actually make any significant changes. So there was a lot of discussion. It was considered. It was definitely encouraged to be considered. But in the end, educational opportunities, relationships with families, enrichment activities, sports are all improved or supported by maintaining our current K-5 and 6th grade, 8th grade banding model. If we were to continue our current grade banding, then we really don't have the capacity to close a secondary school. If we were to shift to all K-8 schools, there's a number of things that would become problematic that we'd have to address in addition to that, like playgrounds at schools that don't have playgrounds and modifying elementary bathrooms at schools that aren't elementary schools. And also historically, the enrollment at non-charter K-8 schools. So we've worked through this issue before as a district, and the non-charter K-8 schools have not proven to be sustainable. They've actually been we've had to supplement them with additional staffing that isn't warranted based on the number of students that have actually been interested in those opportunities. And there's many opportunities for students to participate in. We have a lot of choices now in the district, so more choices of different grade options wasn't necessarily the strongest need that came out of this. So, and also to maintain the flexibility to provide future opportunities and growth. If we made a huge change in grade banding right now, we might be making it more difficult to make other changes that we see in the future that we might want to make. So although there was a lot of consideration and conversation around it, it did not end up being something that we are putting into the framework is to change any of the grade banding options at this time.
All right, one of the questions that people often ask and wonder about is why not charter schools? Why don't we look at charter schools when we're looking at school consolidations and facility utilization? And the main reason is that charters function on in a very different way, are established in a different way than regular neighborhood schools. So once a charter is approved by a school district, they establish a contract that lasts for many years. Most of them are 10-year contracts that are renewed annually. Basically, once a charter school is approved, then the district is legally bound to honor that contract. I think except for if a charter school is violating their contract with the district. So it would be a very different process for the district. The short answer is it would be a very different process and under different circumstances for a district to be able to close a charter school as opposed to a typical attendance area school.
So this going back to the phases, so we talked about phase 1, gathering feedback, phase 2, using that feedback to create a framework. Phase 3 is handing that framework to the district administration to apply to the consolidation considerations. So that is where we currently are, is we are working with that framework to have that framework guide the plan that we will be putting before the board in January. So here it is kind of all together. So we're in phase 3. This is the framework that was developed. So we'll take a little time with this. And it's a 2-part framework. And that there's a lot of intention in that as well that we'll go into explain. So phase 1 of the framework is to take a look at geography and facility determinations. So there's certain things that need to be looked at first, and then there's other considerations that need to be looked at second. And so that's how the framework is designed, and it's to help us guide this. And we're going to both talk about this, but there's no one element on this framework that applies somehow equally across all the board. It's just depending on the certain region or situation, certain things are going to arise to be either more prevalent or less prevalent.
Yeah, and the first item there, and really it's what we've realized is the most important is geography. So the reason why geography is important is if the district closed a number of schools all in the same geographic area, it would cause this domino ripple effect geographically. If we closed all 5 schools in one quadrant geographically of our district, it would create this wave of students that would need to be reassigned to another school, and it would quickly fill up the adjacent schools, and then it would kick additional students to the next school. Or you'd have to be busing students past their nearest school because it filled up. Am I making sense? Like, we can do whatever we want. However, that would cause significant challenges and obstacles for students and the district if we were to close schools all in one area. So geography is a big determining factor. We use geography to basically look at quadrants of the district and identify facilities within those quadrants to compare amongst each other. So the importance of that is to make sure we remember we're not comparing, and I'm going to name schools, but this has nothing to do with our list. We're not comparing Midnight Sun to Pearl Creek or Wood River to Weller. We're comparing schools in the same quadrant against each other, comparing them and contrasting them to each other based on the factors that we see in the second row. So first we look at geography, then we determine the facilities within a geographic area to compare for consideration. And then the way we're comparing those schools within a geographic area is the building status, cost savings, and then neighborhood impacts. Those are the three arenas that we're looking at and comparing schools that are next to each other, near each other, based on those factors. What's the building condition? What are the neighborhood impacts? Are there big walk zones? You know, are there a lot of students that live adjacent to the school that are walking? That can have, you know, that's a neighborhood impact. It's also a real financial impact from a busing perspective. So if they're currently walking and then we close that school, then now they have to be bused somewhere, and it can be a significant cost factor for our transportation services. So that's just an example. But like Ms. LaPlante said, it's very true. Folks will have a tendency to say, well, this was the reason for this school, so why not the reason for that school? And they could be in two completely different geographic regions of the district. And so we're not comparing, you know, you say the facility is bad in this area. Well, that facility over there is way worse. So why? Well, it's in a different geographic region of the district. And so one factor might apply in a specific situation when we're looking at two schools, and it might be completely irrelevant when we're looking at two other schools. It's just kind of how the dynamic nature of the factors comes into play.
We will come back to this slide, but I'm going to move ahead. So there is a very robust school consolidation website that has basically most of this information available on it that you can look at and click on. And so I would encourage you to go there and explore it yourself, and also to pass this information on to others that are interested. So I wanted to show that to you and just let you know that that is there. It has a lot of the same information that we just covered. But I'm going to bounce back to this slide and sort of remain here while we open it up to questions.
Gotta remember to turn on my mic tonight. Miss Maple, and then we have Miss Charlie.
How much of 3A and 3B will we see? I know that on the 6th, you're going to put forth, not you, but
me.
Okay. Are going to put forward that what we've, you know, the 5 schools that using this process has resulted in. But as you're going through these geographic, like, will you tell, like, these are the boundaries of this geographic region, and here's how we balanced
We
these
should be able
schools?
to tell you for each school how this framework was applied to
okay.
it. It just won't be applied exactly the same for
Sure.
each school. Some
Because there's
things will
different things to
rise to be
consider.
the sort of the dominant factor for that particular school, for that particular region, whereas another region, another school, some other factor will be the dominant, you know, decision-making factor. It's just like Mr. DeGraw was saying, you know, not all factors are going to be applied equally across the board.
Sure.
It really depends on the situation.
Follow
Follow up.
You know, I know last year in this process, something that we heard from the community a lot was, well, we don't understand how you came up with these choices. So this looks to me like, I'm hoping that this process of phase 1 and phase 2 has put something together that will allow you to share that with us and the public to have a better understanding of how we came to those decisions. And I have one more. Do you want me to wait?
Go ahead, follow up. Go ahead.
Who within administration is like at the table for this 3A and 3B?
Currently, it's our executive team, the director of transportation, and then we'll pull in folks here and there if there's specific skill sets that we need to gain additional information on.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Charlie.
At first I thought, I didn't think I didn't see staffing listed at first, and then I saw it. My question is, from the previous school consolidations, we still have to provide instruction for the kids, like, and I know it's different for each school, but is there like a certain number of positions or a certain area positions that you see not transferring with the kids in the cost savings under staffing?
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, it's a good question, Ms. Charlie. So typically the staff that are following students are the instructional classroom teachers. So those staff members follow students. So closing schools doesn't change PTR. There's talk about how it impacts it. We still have the stated PTR, and so X number of teachers will follow X number of students. The staff members that typically don't follow students are what we would call fixed staffing. So like the principal of a building, right? So if we're consolidating one building into another, we still just need one principal. It's in assuming that it's at a normal capacity. We would need one. At an elementary school, we'd still have one attendance secretary and one administrative secretary. So, those positions wouldn't follow. Custodial, we have obviously talked a lot about custodial positions. Food services, we're going to run one food service. We might add one. If a school fills up significantly, we might incrementally add a staff member. For example, if one school is at 60% capacity right now and they have 2 nutrition services staff members, if all of a sudden it fills up to 88% capacity from 60, we might take one and add one nutrition services staff member to handle the additional workload. But the type of positions, to answer your question, that don't follow are typically those fixed staffing positions. Hopefully I answered your question.
I'm going to add on to that if I may, because while he's 100% correct, those are also sometimes positions that we've had a very difficult time in filling, and there could be the potential that we actually are able to fill more of the positions and serve students the way we need. And an excellent example of that is nursing. So we've always wanted to have an RN, a registered nurse at every school, and we've struggled to do that consistently. And part of the reason is because it's hard to fill those positions, and we have a lot of those positions to fill. If we have fewer schools to provide that at, then the staffing that we do have will fill our needs a little bit more.
Follow up, Ms. Charlie? No? Okay. Ms. Carroll, and then Mr. Doran.
Thank you. So I think my question is similar to Ms. Maple. In Phase 3A, so after today, I'd really, really like very succinct steps. This is what we looked at, and this is where we came. This is what we evaluated, and this is what we got. I need that, please, because the hate and the darts are just brutal. So we've got to have all of this stuff laid out very well. And thank you for laying this out so nicely already. It says Phase 3 is November, December of 2024 for district administration. Does that mean that you are done or almost done with this phase? And when will we see Phase 3? Because it says Phase 4 is the school board phase for January, February. When do we get to start looking at stuff?
You'll get to start looking at it on January 6th. And so district administration is still working through 3A and 3B. And we'll be working over break right up until January 6th when the school board and the community gets that list.
Thank you.
And if I may, can I respond to
Of course.
this, Ms. Carol Hubbard? Yeah, we're certainly going to boil it down in a succinct manner for the board, contrasting building status, cost savings, neighborhood impacts, the things that push. Now, I'll just say this: there's not a lot of there's a lot. All of our schools are good schools, right? I'm stating the obvious. There are no easy, obvious answers here. And so we're going to put forward the rationale that we arrived at in these 3 areas. And like we've said before, in several cases, one item just kind of really just made it obvious to us. All of our schools are good schools, but one item we'll have the information of all the areas, but really we're going to articulate why administration came to the conclusions that we made. And having said that, there is going to be an energetic dialogue and back and forth of the schools that are on our list, defending those schools and making a case for those schools. And we'll respect that, obviously. But we have the the job and the obligation to do the work, and we're getting close to completing that work, and we feel confident in the recommendations that we're going to put forward to the board.
Follow-up.
Follow-up, Ms. Carroll?
So are we going to be able to have choices, or are you pretty much going to make the recommendation?
Yeah, the board's provided clear direction to me to provide one list of recommended schools. So it will be a recommended plan for the school board, not specific options. What I heard and what the administration heard is in past instances, there was a pitting of schools against each other, and that's what we're trying to prevent in this cycle that we're going through. And so the recommendation will be one list with up to 5 schools for the school board to consider.
Mr. Doran?
Okay, let me start with a clarification. The slide on charter schools and why not charter schools. I just wanted to clarify that the charter schools get a 10-year charter, which is approved by the State Board of Education. It has to be approved by them. So it's been approved by the state board. It's administered and works through the local school district. But we don't have the final say on that. And it's a 10-year charter. The annual contract, Mr. Gore, that you referenced is for administrative logistical support. So that comes up annually, but that's not the charter. And if I am correct by state law, we can only, as a board, recommend the change in charter if they are failing to fulfill their charter. But again, the final decision would be by the state board.
That's correct.
Okay. So for the public understanding, and that has come up in a number of quarters, there's a particular reason why we cannot consider charter schools for closure. And most of them in this district actually leased from a different landlord. They're not school district, borough buildings, and they're, et cetera. So I think that's important. Coming to the decision guidance things, and I want to preface this with, I have a list of questions that I'll give tonight. We won't look for answers from all of them, okay? And I don't mean to ask for an answer from all of them, because it's not things that can be answered tonight, but going through the process. And I want to put them out there because, yes, a lot of them are coming from me, but they've been informed by questions I've gotten in the community and elsewhere, that I think it's really important that we are prepared as we look to apply the framework and be prepared for questions that may come in January and February. So I ask these not to put you on the spot or to be gotchas anyway, but considerations. I go to the decision guidance and then maybe one or two and then somebody else, thank you, page. Because one of the things that when we put out the framework, and I really appreciate President Burnett and the administration for putting this topic on this meeting, since it's a really important one and impactful to our community. The problem is it's not in the framework. And in the and I hope that we will really make that part of the framework information for the public, because of the fact that we've taken out in an early draft educational direction. We had bullets in a later draft that basically this decision guidance, it still was outside the framework, but the framework exists within it, and which are, grounded in our needs, aligned to our strategic plan. My concern on that one is, what's our strategic plan? Which plan? We haven't created one. We haven't talked about what that really looks like as a community. And when we talk about the feedback data, is that was feedback to strategic planning, but we haven't taken that back to the community. I know the plans are to do that, but that's a concern. How do we, what's our educational context and our instructional design? So that'll be part of the things. And if I do, my second one, and then we can go on, is, or I'd like to get back, is you've kind of alluded to this, and I'm thrilled to hear the idea of looking at our regions. What's the district-wide perspective in looking at this, particularly in relooking at, revamping attendance areas, et cetera? So if you can give me that district-wide perspective, or say, move on, Tim.
I think it's likely that attendance areas may be shifted for elementary schools, and we'll definitely get into that with the board during our upcoming work sessions. I imagine our second work session of the 3 will be specifically on attendance boundaries, transportation impacts, and those types of things. And so, yes, that will be a part of this process.
Okay, thank you. And put me back in the queue.
Ms. Julian.
Okay, thank you, President Burnett. In these phases, when you go to phase 3, I'm sorry. Thank you. Oh, it's just dancing around now, but that's okay. I'm looking at it right here. But in phase 3, especially I'm thinking about January 6th, and this relates kind of holistically to what we've talked about, what we've heard from tonight as well. The morale is an absolute issue that I'm hearing in our schools. I feel like our educators are just under a tremendous amount of pressure. This announcement on the 6th, of course, there's a lot of anxiety that people are feeling. And a part of the plan that I would like to see, or at least have confidence in, is the communication of how do we roll out the how are we going to not only talk to the affected schools that are put on that recommended list, but then also the mental health of the children and the students at those schools. So if there's any way that we could, I know in the next couple days before the winter break, figure out a way that we can build out a plan so that those students feel supported, and that so families also know and have some guidance as to how to talk to your student if their school's on that list in a way that really helps students feel safe. I would really like to see that as a part of this. And I think that also extends to potentially affected staff, educators, the people that are in the building. So that's the only piece that I want to see a little bit more of, and I'm not asking for that tonight, but I'm just making that really strong recommendation, and continuing a communication process that focuses on student mental health throughout this entire process would be really helpful.
Mr. Dorn?
Okay, thank you. Residential neighborhood centers, what consideration, it comes in here in both the geography area and the neighborhood impacts, but that we really look at what that is. And a couple of examples when I look at that is that we have some high concentrations of residences, even if the student population may be down at the moment. I'm thinking of older grandparents. I'll use myself as an example. My wife and I live there, but when we go, a family is going to move into that house. And I've been fortunate enough to be at one school to watch that full dynamic as kids bought their parents' houses, older residents downsized or moved, and families moved in, and you can go through cycles. I'm also very mindful of a building like Nordell. When I drove around that the other day, it is right smack in the middle of a very large residential concentration. Those houses are going to be filled with families that as they turn over, if they haven't already. And so looking at those residential concentrations, I would encourage that as you look at regionalization, that where are those, downtown area has a very high residential concentration, for instance, in different parts of our community, as opposed to ones that are more spread out, and ostensibly people have more transportation for that, etc. I am looking for how the framework will be applied across schools. So you may recommend up to 5 schools. I'm looking at the application across all schools.
I think that
So-
that's, if I may, I think that's one of the places where we're going to get at that regionality and saying that within regions, there's things that will be applied within that region, but that they don't apply the same to a different region. So
Right,
the whole
right.
framework is applied to all the regions, but certain different things sort of rise up to be the more determining factors based on the region that you're comparing the schools within.
And I'm suggesting that you consider applying it to all schools. So and it may be by region. I'm actually quite in favor of looking at that. And the reason I say that is because one of the big questions people comes, well, why my school versus that? And it's going to apply a little differently to each school. One school may have strengths here, one may have weaknesses there, whatever. But I would be ready to answer that question.
Yeah, I think, so we absolutely have applied it to every single school.
Okay.
Yes,
Great.
absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And I'm suggesting, so my secondary question, and then you want to put me back in the queue?
Yes,
Or
Mr. Dorn.
do you want to do queue?
Well, we do have Mr. Burgess waiting. So, okay, Mr. Burgess, go ahead.
Thank you. This is kind of building on Ms. Julian's comments. I'm curious about staff that are going to be displaced, teachers and other staff that are going to be displaced by school closures, and the process for them moving to another school. Will they be given preference according to it's similar to an involuntary transfer situation, or is there some other process?
Good question. FEA and administration had a meeting today to discuss what that process might look like. And I think we made really good progress in terms of forward momentum on what a process may look like. We're not ready to share that at this time, but we're working closely with FEA. They had some suggestions based on the past rounds of consolidations. We certainly have some lessons learned on our side as well. And so we're hopeful that we'll have an improved process for this round of consolidations. At the end of the day, we want to support our staff through these transitions. We know it's incredibly difficult to be uprooted from your community and your home school. And so we want, staff to feel supported and find, the next community that they might want to go to and try to support that transfer. And so we're working hard together on that. We'll meet again on January 10th, and we'll have a defined process by the time the board makes a decision on February 4th. And as soon as we have a process nailed down, we'll communicate that out. When we do communicate to schools on January 6th, we will have personnel, executive directors out in each of those schools. FEA will also be with us. They will be sending a board member out with us to help carry those messages. And then human resources will follow up in the coming weeks with those schools as well to be available and answer questions. HR will also be at schools after the decision is made to ensure that staff feel supported, that when they have questions that we're there to answer the questions that they have. So.
If I may, Mr. Minert, Dr. Minert, I think one of the lessons that we've learned is that closing the schools, there's a lot of logistics that are involved in it. And this time around, I think we're really focused on a people-first approach and building second. So we're going to focus on taking care of the people and transitioning all the people, the students, the staff, and having a people-first approach, and the buildings will be the second.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Is there any other questions from the board? Mr. Dorn, may I ask that if you have more than a few more that we also send them off in email? That would be great.
Okay.
With
let
regard
me-
to the time.
Okay. I will just go through them and and then I'll send you copies afterwards, but I think there are things that impact the community, so I'll keep them brief.
Okay.
And go fast. I am very concerned, raise the questions of elementary impacts, how many elementary students we have, how many seats we're going to be filling. Are we, my concern that we have room for growth. We have flexibility for further declines, students that, and for enrollment. So what that seat availability now and then, and meeting changing needs for students and instruction. Very cognizant of the middle schools. We filled to almost 100% when we made a change, and that's why we're focused on elementary. What is the impact on secondary? When we look at long-term sustainability, looking to find out what that is, because of if we're seeing fewer elementary students, what's that looking at that we're really not addressing the question of secondary schools? And so we don't get that long-term stability of sustainability of what we want to make a decision now that we know going forward and our community knows. Concerns for preferred school size. We're elementary, 600 student schools plus, 400 student schools. And I raised that since we're looking at elementary, what is our community looking at that has an impact on schools that might be considered, how they're considered within the framework. And I will say the framework has a lot more points than we otherwise we have seen in the past. So my compliments to the planning groups and administration and ed elements, et cetera, with that. But our community made a major choice back when West Valley was being renovated. One of the initial plans was to make it a 2,000 student school. And they said, no, that's too big for our community. We would rather have a smaller school and have an addition, if needed, build another one. We haven't needed to do that, but it was renovated to about 1,250. So that preferred school size. The repurposing of buildings, mothballing, closing, disposing, leasing to or absorbing charter schools, that's homeschool students that come is also factored into that flexibility for size. Looking at the difference between a structural difference compared to maintenance, that cost of replacing the carpet is not a big deal. If there's a real structural problem, and I use Joy as a great example because that had a roof structural problem since the day it was built and through multiple renovations, and then the closing was still there. But that when you talked about regional looks, it may be that indeed we need to make possible investments if that school is in a good location. And I think we need to keep that in mind. And almost to the end here, that we really are looking, and again, strategic plan, what's our educational design, variant models, possibilities. I'm thinking of remote sites, possibly with less services. Not every school community needs to be exactly the same. Focus schools, magnet schools. We've talked about our 2 magnet schools. Their models have changed. Where is that? How does this fit into here? Looking at start time changes and busing options, that maybe as you're looking at these things, and how we have to get students from where we don't have the buses, we may need to use K-12 buses as an example, and having start times adjusted accordingly, maybe good. And the last one that I'll make tonight is I had down here consideration as a package or individually. We've done it differently both times. It was a package and very, very little discussion, especially about one of the schools. I did not know, and I'm sorry if I missed this, that there was a board clarity that we wanted one plan only. But I would ask that we keep open and we see what we need to discuss. So, and the last thing I just want to say, and so all the board is aware. I know administration has been aware of this. I've sent it to the board presidents. I can't remember whether I did it November 1st or or not, but it has been very clear. I will not be here most of January. I need to let you know that. But that was a plan that my wife and I are going on a trip that was planned a year ago, and I notified the administration at that time. And at that time, there were no meetings scheduled for that first part of January. So I will apologize for not being here for those meetings. I will watch every video. I've already talked to Superintendent Meinert about getting notes from some of the town halls. And I will catch up as soon as I get back. I unfortunately will not be with reliable contact, and so that the community knows that, but I knows that as well. But I will be back the 23rd of January, and we'll be attending all those meetings and conversations after that. So I am sorry that I planned so far ahead. No, I'm not. I will catch up. It's a good trip.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Is there Ms. Julian?
Thank you. Thank you for all those questions. I just wanted to reiterate one question that Mr. Dorn brought up that I'd like to reiterate and just ask. So we are considering also, it's all school facilities are being looked at right now, and that includes Nordale Education Center, utilizing that. And I know that that's a question that's come up in the community, so I'm asking it from the dais.
I think we can share more information on the detailed plan on January 6th.
Okay, thank you so much.
Are there any other questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. LaPlante and Mr. DeGraw. And that will take us into our board comments. And we will start down here with Ms. Loa Carroll Hubbard.
Thank you, President Burnett. I just want to say congratulations to the 5 North Pole High School students that will be attending the Air Rifle Service Championships in February of 2025 in Alabama. Congratulations to the North Pole High School student who is attending the National FFA General Conference in Florida in March of 2025. And congratulations to the 30 North Pole High School students who are participating in the biennial AFJ ROTC Curriculum in Action Conference in Oahu, Hawaii in March of 2025. These all sound fabulous, and I hope they all have a great time and do very well. I'd like to also welcome 6 new employees. We have one at Watershed, North Pole Middle, Denali, Ryan, Lathrop, and Hutch. So welcome to those 6 new employees. And I'd like to say Merry Christmas to everyone on the board and in the everyone. Merry Christmas.
Mrs. Hardy.
I had the opportunity to visit Salcha Elementary School this morning, and I wanted to thank Principal Hoy and his amazing staff for sharing their school with me. I was thoroughly impressed with the tremendous amount of learning I witnessed. there, from literature studies in the 5th and 6th grade combined class to reading buddy program between those same students in the kindergarten and 1st grade combined class. The staff at Salcha clearly embraces a all hands on deck approach, with many staff members taking on multiple job titles throughout the day to give their students a wonderful school to learn and grow in each day. And I encourage everyone to go visit. It's a beautiful drive and a great visit. I also had the opportunity this past week to attend the Region 6 Student Council meeting. Our leaders in student government are already well-versed in Robert's Rules of Order, and I was so impressed with their ability to run an effective meeting with so many students. Special shout out to the chair, Liam Wade, who had a mastery of parliamentary procedures that would rival any board member, myself included. I would highly encourage all board members to attend a future meeting and see our student leaders in action. It's impressive. In closing, well, I'm saddened by the impact our decisions as a board tonight will have on our community. I accept that this is the will of the board. I now must encourage our community, especially those who share in my sadness, to please not use this moment as a reason to check out and stop fighting. Call your legislator, tell them your story and how much public schools mean to you. You have my permission to be an absolute nuisance. Set a reminder on your phone, call them once a week, call them once a day. Reach out to organizations like Great Alaska Schools to help you in your advocacy efforts. They're nonpartisan and they're there to help. You are not alone in this fight. The more we speak out and work together, the harder our voices will be to ignore. Rebellions are built on hope. I know it's hard to keep that hope alive, but I still have it. And our kids and our community are counting on you to keep yours alive too.
Mrs. Julian.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I just want to thank Mrs. Hardy for those comments about advocating. I think Mr. Dorn is the one that said it tonight, that none of the decisions that we made tonight, especially about outsourcing custodial, that was not something that any of us wanted to do. It was an incredibly tough situation because I feel like we are in this budget season weighing what is the least worst and has the least possible impact on students. But the bottom line is everything that we decide has an impact on students. I want to get to a place where we can start planning and building and stabilizing our situation. So although I was very critical of this process, I'm glad that we are now going to give the oxygen and the energy to school consolidation, which I appreciate that we're doing outside of the budget cycle because it really is focused on enrollment. And we, of course, are seeing significant declines, which impact our funding even more. I want to thank the administration for following up with the Orhall companies and just checking in and making steps forward to make sure that our students are safe on the highways that share the Orhall routes. So thank you for that. I was really glad to hear that. I also want to mention that one of the presentations we had tonight from Student Support Services, the quote was, students benefit from smaller class sizes and personalized attention. And we saw that when those students participate in such activities, their test scores go up. We know that small class sizes, we know that having support and individualized and student-led activities creates better outcomes. We have proof of that. And to the extent that we are able to stabilize this budget and maybe possibly invest in adding more instructional staff and bringing our class sizes down to meet that of some of our charter schools that are in district that maintain much lower class sizes than our neighborhood schools can maintain. That's where I want to drive. That's where I'm aiming for. And that is my guiding light through this process, this incredibly, very tough process where we are faced with impossible and terrible decisions. So thank you.
Mr. Burgess.
I prepared a lot less for my closing comments this week compared to other parts of this meeting, but I did watch, though I wasn't present for the last meeting on December 3rd. I did watch most of that meeting and watch the rest later. And one of the things that I noted is that during the president's report, the board norms were read out, and I appreciate that very much. And since I didn't have an opportunity at the last meeting, I wanted to affirm that I will uphold those board norms as well. And to that end, I want to acknowledge that we had some differences of opinion on a vote, and I spoke very passionately. And I want to echo Mrs. Hardy's statement that I will respect this decision that the board has made, and I am not going to hold it against anyone that that they made a decision differently than me. I understand that each of us is trying our best in a difficult situation to make the decisions that we think are the best for our district and our community. I may disagree about whether or not that was the best choice, but it's made, the decision's made. I'm going to respect it moving forward. I also wanted to once again echo my thanks of the administration about bringing the information about Black Gold to the board. And I'm glad that they've finally come to the table after reaching out to them multiple times to talk seriously with the district about our student safety. I'm sure there were other things that I was gonna say, but I guess I will just say once again, other board members have said this, I said it earlier, but the most important thing that this community can do right now is engage with our legislature and tell them what we need, what we want for our community and for our state in terms of education, and really hold them accountable for the decisions that they make. Please take all of your anger, your passion, your desires and hopes, and lay that out for them, because we need we need your help. We need the community's help. We need help from everyone around the state to make this case if we're going to make any progress here. I can't imagine going through a budget process like we had to go through last year again, and we're doing that. We're starting that very soon in a much larger way, and we're not going to be able to continue this for another round after this year and continue to pretend that we can offer a quality education with the cuts that we're going to be forced to make. We just can't. So take that all to the legislature and help us turn this around, please.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing up the board norms. I did want to express my appreciation to that. They were affirmed at our last meeting without objection, and it's really nice to see them posted right before each one of us. So we have them there. So, and thanks for getting them so quickly posted. Appreciate that. Wanted to comment on the strategic plan that I am hopeful that we will have community conversations around it, and that particularly around the vision statement of what we want for our students, what does our graduate look like. I am disappointed so far in terms of just reaching their potential. I hope we provide an opportunity for them for our students to go well beyond their potential or what they think their potential is. Open doors for them for the future. And so I hope we will be revisiting that as we go through. I do want to comment on the governor's budget and say thanks to those on the board and administration and the newspaper for highlighting some of the comments for that. But I think that it's really, really important that he is well aware when he says he fully funds education. His budget cuts education by over $175 million. We got that for this year. He is cutting that. He said last year that he would leave it up to the legislature to decide. Actually, 2 years ago he did, and he has not followed his commitment to the legislature when they decide what to give us. He has vetoed that in part or in whole and has left it out completely this year. And so the legislature does have the opportunity, but if he says he is fully funding it, he is doing only the BSA calculation, and he is cutting a minimum of $175 million from education in the state. On much greater notes, as I've been visiting schools, I always ask principals, give me 3 brags about your school. And I follow that up with what's next for your school, et cetera. And I've talked about things happening in the classroom, so I wanted to highlight just conversations with principals that are really exciting in that as I've been asking that question, principals are they've got ideas for that next step, and they're enthusiastic about it. They understand their challenges. They understand, all the particulars, a lot of the particulars about those things. But it is so impressive with our principals that they're thinking ahead. They're thinking out of the box. They're trying to problem solve, and they're excited about their staffs and their students and their community in terms of what they might be able to do and really what that next step is. They are not satisfied with just being status quo. And I think that says a lot to their professionalism, their passion, and that we are so very fortunate with that. And we see it in classrooms, teachers doing that with kids, but to also hear that from principals about their schools and their school communities. I do want to give Dr. Minor fair notice. Your podcast has challengers. It's nice. You do a good job. Okay. But I had the chance to sit with 2 5th graders doing a school podcast. Truly impressive. And they invited guests. I happened to be a guest. But the most important guest that they invited was a kindergartner who was very truthful with the questions, but yet gave great insights. And the 2 5th graders were, they're just dynamic. So I just want to give you have competition on the air. Okay. And I know there are other things going on like this. And then finally, to really wish everyone all the best for the holiday season. I hope you get a chance to enjoy your families, enjoy your friends, just to read a book, have a cup of tea, play in the snow. But really, really all the best to the holidays to each and every one of you here and out in the community.
Miss Maple.
I really don't like writing things down. I like to speak off the cuff. And earlier in this meeting, I said very little because my colleagues up here said all of the things that I could have possibly said. And I really, really, really appreciated everything that was shared. It's really conflicting to agree with everybody and yet have to vote one way or another on something, which I know you all feel the pain on that at various moments serving in this role. I did want to touch on one thing that I said earlier, which was a comment about my own morals and where I stood on this decision, and what I wanted to say and didn't say in the moment was something that I've heard a lot. You know, I've had coffee with lots of folks, had phone calls with lots of folks over the past few weeks talking about all of the decisions to come, not just tonight's decision, but all of the decisions coming down the road. And something that I've heard a lot is you just vote your conscience and go home. And that's what I was alluding to earlier, was this concept that you just vote your conscience. And this is an unconscionable situation that we're in. And I think that all of us up here will find ourselves over and over again over the next 2 months specifically in situations where my conscience is neither yes nor no. My conscience says that there is no fair, reasonable, morally right, ethically sound decision. And yet I have to cast a vote, yet we all have to cast a vote. And so I'm gonna keep doing my best. But it was, you know, sitting in a room full of people that I deeply respect, that I, you know, can feel disappointment. My words were hard to be found. So thank you to anybody that's still listening with us tonight. I really appreciated our presentation we had from the administration. We've got so much ahead of us, and I think it would set a really great framework for what's to come. And I couldn't be more grateful to be sitting side by side with all of you, especially after a rough evening. So thanks to all of you. That's all.
And I'd just like to end by saying thank you to this board for your work. Thank you for the work to come. It's not going to get any easier, and we know that this budget is a beast, and we all can only do our best. So thank you to the admin as well for your work. Merry Christmas and happy holidays. Happy New Year to everybody out there. We hope you have a fantastic holiday, and we will see you all in January. And with that, I would take a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Without objection, we are adjourned.